actually. I'm just a bit confused because you were here yesterday and yeah. So yesterday we welcomed Mr. Gabi Roux, who was teaching us about a lot of things. I think he was teaching us about life before being an artist. So Mr. Gabi Leroux was born in Johannesburg in 1956. He then moved to Cape Town in 1995 and then stayed there for 10 years. And now he says he's an old-timer, so he stays there by Garden Route, Witwatersrand in the Eastern Cape. He says only old people can go and live there. You young ones must stay and work. You only go there when you retire, but you haven't retired. So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be touching on your SA music career, royalties and more, future copyright and music distribution, TUMSA, which is the trade union for musicians of South Africa, and why they decided to form that trade union. And then the last part is going to be the sector-specific intervention and policy. All in general, he's just going to give us wisdom because you don't know, I have been fed. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Gabi Roux.
Thank you. Thank you, sister. I really appreciate it. It's been such an amazing experience for me to be here by. I've got this new name for your city. Bloemfontein. You know, it's like, it says it all, Bloemfontein. So, for those of you who were not here yesterday, shame, man, shame. Because, honestly, when I started talking yesterday, people looked at me if I was a crazy alien. Because I was talking about the butterflies outside and the nature and the sun and what. But all of that was really just to bring everybody into the context of everything that I'm here to share with you. You guys will find as you get older, you know, your perspectives do change. And other things you hold on to, I'm not saying all young people are the same or all elder people are the same. Every person is unique. But if I have to speak for myself, the natural thing that happened to me was when I look now at many young people in the industry that following a similar path that I followed as a young musician, you know, coming from a certain background. My father was a pastor. I come from a Christian, very strong gospel home, but heavy duty. Yo, smoking, straight to hell. Drinking, straight. Even dancing was a sin, you know. So I come from that sort of strict environment. These days I'm not religious at all. I've got no denominational involvement. I don't go to church. I'm not saying you mustn't go. I'm just saying me, I don't go to church. Because when I was young, I had overdose of church, not of God, not of the spirituality, but church was fed to me in overdoses. So I had enough there to last me a lifetime. These days I'm spiritual, very, very spiritual. Tuned into nature, tuned into people as a species and our relationship with other species on this planet and our relationship with the planet itself and how all of that fits together. And it's funny, you know, every day still, it's like, yo, now I can see. And tomorrow I wake up and say, check that out. Now, would you believe it? But in the meantime, it was right in front of me all the time. But you just discovered, if you are open, you just discover it every day. So that's the background. So if you guys were not here yesterday, you would have missed a lot, because today I'm going to go straight into the issues. Yeah? But here's the good news. Yesterday's session is available for you. It is there. Bravik and the guys, they've got it. I've got it. So it is available. Just ask somebody who knows. They'll give you the link. You can sit through the whole thing that I did here yesterday. And I suggest you do. Because this stuff that I'm going to speak about today will make a lot more sense if you have the understanding of what we discussed yesterday. You will see why I'm so crazy. You will see why I say the things I do and the way I say them. It'll give you a much better understanding of just, why I'm paying attention to some of the things that I do, why other things are higher priorities for me, and other things that people may think is important. I'm saying, yeah, we must do this, we must do that. But don't get distracted. Get to the real meat of the issues. So before I start, just let me make it quite clear. Yes, I'm pink. I'm pink. Okay. I'm not even white, I'm pink. My ass is pink, I promise you. It's not white. I am pinker than an albino. So, my hair is straight. Man, but make no mistake, I'm an African like you. Try me. Try me. Test me on issues of equality and transformation. Test me. I'm ahead of you in that game. I give you my word. So the things that come out of my mouth are all geared towards a goal of making all of us more equal, number one, that you don't have this tiny handful of mostly white with a little bit of black elite thrown in now after 30 years, who own so much that they still want more and more and more and more and more. And they spend all day wanting more, looking at ways of wanting more. Yesterday I covered that, so I'm not going to go into that, but I just want to get a little bit of that feeling. Not pursuing, now that I've got, what can I give? How do we shrink the gap between the tiny few, far too rich, and the massive, far too poor? How do we shrink that gap? There will always be inequality, people. Even in hardcore Marxism, communist, there's inequality. The Politburo, the small group of party members who will always have a little bit more than the general population. But the gap is not so big. Basic needs are taken care of. People have food, shelter, education, health, and employment. Those things are taken. Everybody has that. If you don't have that, you can't live. And unfortunately, all the problems in our country still stems from that inequality. Until such time that we've made the gap smaller, take a big chunk from the little bit of rich who own everything, to take a nice fat chunk there and give little bits to bring masses of people just to the basics, where they can have a month-to-month life, where they can eat, work, live in shelter, live with relative comfort. Not like rich people, but just be happy and just be normal and not have stress of what are my kids going to eat tomorrow. Just to get to that point. That's our first priority. So for us as musicians and creative people, everything that I'm going to say, remember, I said this up front. I'm not making the assumptions that we are already equal. We are not. We are a long way away from that. We've got political emancipation, but economically, we are miles apart. So, whatever we're going to do creatively, remember, we're still fighting that battle for an equal society. All right? Enkandla. That's it. Okay. So, I'm going to reverse today, because sometimes I find when people have sat through something the whole morning, by the afternoon session, the attention is not so cool anymore. So I'm going to leave talking about TUMSA, the trade union, for this afternoon. I'm going to talk about TUMSA this afternoon. But today I want to talk about a 5-year plan that we have developed, that I want to introduce to each and every one of you. And I see some of the faces, and I'm so happy to see, especially in this block here, people who were here yesterday, and I can see the inspiration in their eyes. And if I've inspired you, looking at you today, you are inspiring me again. So thank you very much. The principles that I want to start off with, before we even look at the slides, is in America, 93% of Americans listen to American music. What is American music? American music is all of the hip-hop, it is jazz, it's country, it's, you know, all of those styles. It's ballads, everything. Just switch the TV on. There'll probably be one of those on there because they run the whole show in every country all over the world. Television, media, radio, everything. Just completely dominating every culture around the world. Some of you can already see that I'm... the domination of America is not my favorite situation. And I'm going to speak out about it today a lot. We, each and every one of us, from the time that you are born, you are like a sponge. My brother here said earlier, I'm going to mop up everything that are coming at me today. We're like sponges. There's those early years when you're a kid, between the ages of like 3, 5, 6, 7. That is the formative years, when you form your basic foundation of accumulating. You start getting selective about what you are more interested in. Your natural talent starts showing so that your parents can see, look at this little one, she can sing, no? Just like her granny. Yeah. Those are the natural genetic things that are coming out. Then what makes you a human being later, your natural things that your genetic things that you are born with are combined with your environmental experiences. So that combination essentially is what makes you later in your life when you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and then you die. So that's really how each of us are set up. When you're young, your natural genetic things are slightly more dominant, and as you get older, your experiences start taking their place, to combine with your natural genetic setup to make you the unique person that you are. Now, those experiences, those environmental experiences, most of them come from either what we see in the street and how other people behave, and those are parents' friends, and when they come together there on Saturday, and what this old man says, and that one that's so loud, and that auntie that for everything. But mostly in the technological age, it comes from television, radio, and the media that we are, newspapers, the opinion makers of the time. That is your environmental influences. Now here's the thing. Which culture dominates that? Which culture dominates all media, all news agencies, all broadcast, all stations, and now later the internet? Please, anybody tell me which culture? Bit louder, please.
America.
Sure. Is there anybody that disagrees that the American culture dominates every media all around the world? News agencies, newspapers, internet, broadcasters, television stations. Is there anybody that disagrees? Is there anybody that wants to abstain? Is there everybody that agrees? Put your hand up, please. Okay, good. Are you in? Because I don't want to have someone afterwards doubt what we said. The 3 gentlemen walking in now, welcome. Please, come in. We were waiting for you. Just by the way, do you agree that the American culture dominates the media, the internet, television, news, whatever? Do you agree or disagree? No, the 3 gentlemen walking in. You agree? You agree? And you? Good, we've got you. Right. So now, that's where we are. We put that in the bank. Now let's take the next step. So that means if the person that you are is a combination of your genetic things that you're born with and the influences of your environment, that shapes the person who you become. So if your environment and the media that you're exposed to is so heavily dominated by the American culture. Is it any surprise to you now that your little sister, and even many of you young people now, you wake up and when you speak, you try and sound like an American? Hey, yo, what's up? Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, that's dope. Yo, ho, ho, slow, bo, bo, nose, Joe. It's funny, no? But it's true. It's true. It's like we are already ready to be the 53rd or the 54th American state. Yeah, in Mzansi, South Africa. We're well on our way to becoming fully Americanized. I don't like that. There's a South African word that comes to mind when I think about that. It's vertzek. Is it loud? Oh, we've got a very important announcement.
Apologies. Don't forget you were on the footsec. Yes, timer. We have an announcement. Our production manager is leaving today, so we just wanted to say goodbye to him.
What a good man. What a good man.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will not forget. You are on the footsec, ne? Okay.
I'm on the footsec.
Okay.
You mustn't footsec, you must just leave nicely. Be careful.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much. No, guys, it's said I'm leaving before this whole thing is done. It's an unfortunate thing that it's quite out of my control. But I'm glad I was with you, to all those who joined us since Monday. And we're welcoming the new faces. I hope you guys learned as much as I have learned from you guys. And Bravik, where is he? Okay. No, thank you so much for hosting me. And I'll probably see you guys next year or soon, before the end of the year. All right. To those who need any assistance, I know I didn't give presentation, we just have bits and pieces of some stuff. Whoever needs my contacts, they can get them from Alishana, Ravi, or even Swiss. Whatever you need assistance with, production-wise, you are more than welcome to contact me, and I'll give you all the information you need. Thank you so much.
I'll wait for you till you're out the door before I say, Tsak! All right. So thank you very much, Ndibo. It was such an honor working with you. What a professional, and looking forward to working with you again, my brother. Thank you. So we're talking about this thing that we all acknowledge that our environmental side of who we are is dominated by the American culture. Now, let's not overreact and say the American culture is a bad culture. I'm not going to say that. I have my own opinions, but I'm not going to express them here. What is bad is that it is dominating the other cultures all over the world. Because that means that you and I don't have an opportunity for our own culture to be established. Especially, firstly, here in our own country, our consumers, and here's the money side of the business side of it. Do you think that the Americans do that on purpose? Yes, they do. Of course they do. Why do you think they manage to be the most powerful economy in the world? Thank goodness China is catching fast. China's coming fast. China, and we're going to talk about China a little bit later. But if you dominate people's hearts and minds, you dominate their pockets. Consumers spend according to what their taste is. Their taste in food, their taste in music, their taste in literature, their taste in viewing movies, drama, clothing, brands, all of that is dominated by the culture that is more dominant in your environmental influences that shapes you as a person. All right. So let's not be too judgmental. The Americans this, the Americans that. Fine. If you want to do that, that's cool. But understand the principles. Understand the facts at play. You know, don't simplify it and just react emotionally if you don't understand what are the elements at work. Yeah? So, now, unfortunately, where we are now in 2023, this didn't start yesterday. This is not a small tree we can say, little tree, we just pull it out. Hey, man, this cultural domination comes a long, long way. Even our oppressors, colonial oppressors, and apartheid oppressors, of which my ancestors were guilty. And I'm sorry, but I've already apologized. Just for those of you who have never heard me apologize, let me just say that. Sorry for what my ancestors did to your ancestors. Okay? I'm really, really sorry. Damn, but I'm trying to fix shit, you know? Trying to fix stuff. Okay? So help me, let's fix it, you know? So it's come a long way. And for me, as a person living here now, to fix it, if I don't understand where it's come from and how strong it is, if we don't acknowledge how strong that domination is, how are we going to start pushing back? Because the first thing I said just now is 93% of Americans listen to American music. Who's the other 8%? Hey, I don't know. I suppose Outer Mongolians or whoever is there that can't understand or don't like what. But 93% of Americans listen to American music. They listen to Frank Sinatra and Bruce Springsteen and Alicia Keys and Jay-Z and Lil Wayne and you name them. Just as a footnote, thank goodness they're also starting to listen to some Africans like Burna Boy and Davido and Jerusalem. Huh? Master KB, the biggest song during COVID, the biggest song on the planet. So give yourselves a big hand. We're starting to make progress, Africa, and we're starting to make progress, South Africa. Why? Because those who are starting to make the breakthroughs are those who are pursuing their culture. Those who are saying, hey, I'm not going to try and sound like an American. You cannot beat the Americans at their own game. Grow up. Get real. But here's the thing. They can't beat us at our own game. But don't get too cocky. You know what? They know, and they're not trying. Imagine if Jay-Z or if they suddenly had to start talking with a semi kind of Zulu accent and trying to make kwaito or amapiano music, you know, we would look at them and say, are you nuts? So it's the same way as they see us, guys from here trying to, yeah, yo, here's my bo, baby, bo. It's the same. My American friends, when I play them hip-hop that sounds American, that comes from here, that I actually think is actually quite good. To my ears, it sounds kind of like some of their good hip-hop. When they hear it, they go, God, man, what are you trying to do, man? So for those of you who think you can become fully American and be a hip-hop star and sound American and develop this American accent and be famous and rich, whatever, good luck. Your best option is forget about that you're South African, try and smuggle your way into a green card, get into America under the radar, and don't tell anybody you're from Africa. Just pretend you were always there. And then you'll compete with the rest of American artists who are really good, who's got the authentic culture down because it's their culture, and then you'll see what the competition is. You cannot do that. It's a pipe, it's a dream, and there's no purpose for you to do. Why would you want to adopt someone else's culture and then try and beat them in it? So what this 5-year plan is about, it's along those lines, is to say, okay, let's first see quickly where we are. Let's not complain about it now. Enough complaints. Yes, we've got to fix Eskom. Yes, we've got to fix corruption. Yes, the ruling party must renew. Yes, 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 yes. In the meantime, just watch out that in all of this criticism of those who want to transform or renew, that we don't fall victim to those who think, maybe white people can take over the country again one day. Because there are those who think there's a chance again on the back of state capture, on whatever. Be smart about this. I grew up with these people. I know how they think. So let's just stick to the original principles of freedom, transformation, economic transformation, full emancipation of our people, and a strive towards equality. Nah? Don't lose that dream. And in the process, rediscover your culture and find a way to express it in a modern, contemporary way with technology, all of the things that are available to you now, to take this culture and put it in the hearts and minds of South African consumers. Not Claudie Motsoeneng 90-10 overnight, forcing it down people's throats. Even if somebody comes to me, I love sushi, I love sushi. And they come to me and they say, open your mouth. And they start pouring sushi down my throat. I'm going to say, whoa, 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 stop, man. Hey, check. I don't want your sushi. Because it's forced on you. What we've got to do is be smart about this. Remembering that this domination of culture comes over decades, centuries, millennia. It comes over a long period of time. We have to fight back in little bits. Every day we've got to push back and push back. Now, I've already mentioned that Africa and South Africans, we've made some inroads. Let's not forget the Miriam Makebas, Hugh Masekela, even the collaborations with people like Paul Simon on the Graceland album, Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Guys, they're still getting a Grammy every year. Joe Chabalala has been dead how long? The rest of they still get a Grammy every year. Wouter Kellerman is a guy, a white guy who plays a bit of flute. He plays a little bit African vibe. He's got some Grammy 2 years in a row. Yeah? Soweto String Quartet. Sell out. Ladysmith Black Mambazo, Royal Albert Hall. Sell out. So it's not like we're starting from fresh. The signs are there, you youngsters. The opportunities are there, the signs are there. But as youngsters, forget about this Americanization thing. Walk into the space that's there for you. You've got this amazing genre called Amapiano, which is a derivative of Kom, which is a derivative of Kwaito, which is a derivative of Pantsula, you know, and it's there. It's all natural things that are flowing out of your culture, the way you are experiencing modern life with modern technology, modern things. So now you're saying to me, Gabs, it all sounds great. It's fabulous. Yes, we agree. How? Now we're going to get into the meat. So before I move from that slide, just start taking that in so long. A few brave steps to a proud future. Remember, it's pointless us just trying to push our culture internationally. But here in South Africa, our own consumers are still born in the USA. Like, New York, New York. We've got to change the mindset of South African consumers. And, you know, I'm speaking like a white guy now, but be honest. I mean, even your average contemporary African South African, we're still very much drawn by Beyonce and Jay-Z and, you know, who's coming here, Atlantic Star and Peebo Bryson. And I'm not saying that's not lovely and you mustn't listen to that. Of course you must. But let them inspire you to do the equivalent, but in your own culture. Don't be inspired by them to try and copy their culture. That is just stupid. There's no point in that. There's no life in there. There's no future in that for South African artists. We're just like a bunch of parrots that's been trained, say this, say this, say this, say this. That's really what it amounts down to if you break it down into caveman terms. So, we've got to do two things. We've got to change the mindset and the consumer behavior. Consumer behavior means the way that people every day, they buy this product, they buy Colgate toothpaste, they buy Coca-Cola, they buy that brand of meat, they buy those, and they buy nyama from this place, and whatever. The way they spend money, that's their consumer behavior. So instead of streaming only American music or downloading paid downloads, only American or predominantly American music, we've got to train from old to the youngest of young South Africans. Right now, I can tell you, we're still struggling because on the commercial stations, where all the money is, where artists really earn royalties, it's still only 30% local content. 30%. That's what local composers have to survive on. Except for Metro FM. Please have a big hand for Metro FM, because on their own, over the last 5 years, they've gone from 30% to 75% local content. On their own. Okay? They don't pay me, they should, to fly their flag, but it's just the reality. Go and look at the stats, it's there. Don't take it just from me if you doubt what I'm saying. They play between 70 and 75% South African and African content. And their listenership is great. It's bigger than ever. So it shows you it can be done, right? Why can we not do the same on 5FM, on Lesedi, on where all of the other commercial stations? Because commercial stations is where the royalty rates are higher. If you get your song played on a commercial station, you earn more from those royalties. It's a higher rate than what you would earn on your local community station here in Bato. No? So, of course, we want Bato to play 100% local content, but that's another story. I'm just saying, we must look at the economics as well. Where do we earn the most royalties? On the commercial stations. And talking about that, there's another issue there. The big money spenders, the advertisers, they spend on the commercial stations and they don't care what plays there. Capitalists, greedy, they don't care about what culture. If it plays American music all day long, they don't care. They just want to be there, where the listeners are. We've got to make sure that the listeners are preferring South African content. We've got to make sure that South African consumers prefer, by their own natural choice, to listen to mostly South African content, the same as the Americans, by their own choice, listen to 93% local content. Okay? So, it's okay to say that your local community station is playing local content. That's fine. And they should. Otherwise, they shouldn't get a license if they're in the community and they get a broadcast license and they want to play American. They shouldn't get a license. If they do, they must play local content. Now, on the commercial stations, that's where our biggest problem still is, because they've got the bigger listenership. Most of the advertising money is spent there, and the royalty rates there are higher, especially during peak periods like drive time in the afternoon, breakfast show in the morning, etc. The same on television stations, the same. It's the same principles apply. Okay. So how do we do this? We've got to do it gradually, over 5 years, for starters. Our aim is to, in 5 years from now, if I say now, when is now? Now is when each and every one of you, my brother, my sister, where you become a champion of this plan, where we walk shoulder to shoulder, and say, this is something that's doable, and this is what we must do as the creative sector in a country. This must be our aim. We say, give us 5 years, and every year we push up the local content prescription, little bit more, little bit more, little bit more, little bit more. And there's a difference now for public broadcasting stations, it's 60%. For commercial, it's 30%. So in 5 years' time, not only must we push up the 60% of public stations to 80%, we must also bring the commercial stations from 30% to 80%. So that in 5 years' time, there's no gap between commercial and public stations. It's all the same, and it's all 80%. So there's two things that's got to happen. The commercial stations must improve more, and the public stations must perform more, but at a slower, slightly slower pace. Because they're already doing 60, some of them are doing 70, and like I said, like Ukosi FM, stations like that, that's already doing a high local content. They don't have much work to do. They're already doing it. That's fantastic. And of course, beautiful. But how do we do this? There are steps that we need to take. We've got to do it in terms of regulation. The Broadcast Act, we've got to make sure ICASA does what ICASA is supposed to do. We've got to make sure that those who enforce the Broadcast Act must change the regulations and must fit in and must agree to a 5-year plan where the quotas, regulatory quotas for the broadcasters go up by 5% every year, or by 10%, or by 8%, depending on whether it's a public or a local station. So that in 5 years' time, it's not that they're all compliant. Yes, they must all be compliant, but that's not the, remember now guys, I'm not sitting here and say, we must make laws and they shall obey. That mustn't be the objective. The objective is this. In 5 years' time, if I walk out on the street and the first person I get, whether it's Jan Kukumur or Suzy Matwetwe, if I ask him or her, tell, what is your favorite song at the moment? In 5 years' time. The title of the song that will come out of their mouth will be a South African song. That must be the objective. Because then we have achieved what we want to achieve. We have changed consumer behavior. We have made progress in terms of the damage caused by that environmental domination from an international culture over our own. So that's one part. I'm going to take you through the steps, but it's nice that if you make eye contact with me, that you understand the principles. Otherwise, you're just looking at the slides, whatever. Then the slides will make more sense now when we go through them. The other thing that we need to do is based on the following. There's this thing is, hey, South African artists are dying like paupers. Of course they do. Of course we do. Of course we do. We're dying like paupers. Why? Well, because our culture is being dominated by another culture. That's why. The market that we play in, most of the revenue generated in that market is flowing to another country. It's not flowing into the pockets of South African creatives. Our market is dominated economically by the culture that's dominating our culture. Culture is our game. That's where we earn our money, is from people's culture. Now, how are we going to earn money if the culture is mostly American? How are we going to do that? So, clearly, if in 5 years' time, most consumers, when they spend money to go to a live concert or to go to, to stream music on Spotify or to pay for downloads or ringtones, they pay with their airtime or whatever. If the majority of South African consumers in 5 years' time is downloading and spending money on South African content, it's logical that that money is going to flow to South African creatives' pockets. It's simple. It's not rocket scientists, guys. In Afrikaans sê dit is dood eenvoudig. Plain and simple. So don't believe all this other kak that people are telling you. Excuse my French, but that's what it is. People will say, hey, but payola, this. Of course, there's payola, there's corruption, all of those things. I'm not even going to go there because I'm going to waste my time if we spend all our time on the illegal stuff that's happening. What I'm talking about is the main business, the way it's set up at the moment. The status quo is legitimate. They're legitimately dominating us. We can't sue them for dominating our culture. It's legit because we're watching it on television. We're watching it. We're allowing our regulations to allow them to dominate us. So it's not something illegal that they're doing. But if our consumers, by their own choice, just start listening less and less and less to American stuff and more and more and more and more to South African and other African stuff, by the way, that way we make our country, our cultural and creative sector, we make it stronger. There's more money staying here and flowing to the creatives here. And also, it strengthens our continent as an African continent, which is the future of the world economy. The future of the world economy is in Africa, guys. Culturally, agriculturally, there's still minerals left. Don't worry. Don't let them tell you there's no more gold, there's no more diamond. There's plenty. But that money must come to Africans. So we've got to take our country back. We've got to take the hearts and minds of our consumers back. And we've got to take our continent back. And make sure that money stays here. Right. That's the one part. But why is, if we're going to use the American cultural and creative economy as a model for us, if we say, hey, we want to be as strong as what they are, not only 93% of Americans listen to American music, probably close to 60-70% of the world music consumers listen to American music. Let that sink in a little bit. I'm being quiet around the fact. Think about it. It's not rocket science, guys. It's plain and simple. That's why they are so strong. Even Beyonce, a couple of years ago, the creatives have already cottoned on. They're starting to, in their music, they're starting to sound more like Amapiano. They're starting to, the fashion designers, they're stealing our Sienna Marina blanket designs and they're parading it around on the fashion, but all in crafts, in every respect, you can see they're starting to copy us. They're starting to want to sound like us. So, does that make us angry? I suppose so. But guys, it must give us hope. It must inspire us. Because it shows you that we've got something that is valuable. Our culture is extremely valuable. And not just now, going into the future. This is not something that's just going to stop now. More and more. And the Americans are, the Nigerians are way ahead of us in this. Way ahead. When the Nigerians, Davido and these guys, do they sound American? No, they don't. They speak, anywhere they speak, there's a little bit of Americanisms thrown in, but they speak like Nigerians. They don't try and turn it on, man. They don't try and be like this, you know. They speak like a Nigerian. They sound like that. Good for them. Good for them. Look at this latest track, Rema, collaborating with Selena Gomez, one of the biggest American young artists now. She came there wanting to collaborate with Rema, of course. And listen to the song. Is it an American song? No, it's not. It's an African song. So Afro beats. That's what the world's ears want to listen to now. So there's your opportunity for the future, you young guys. Walk into that space. Walk into that space. So that's the other side. To change consumer behavior around the world and to find our share of the action. The way that African music, like your Jerusalema or the Rema song, what is the song called? Come, help me. The new Rema song with Selena Gomez. Calm down. Calm down. Yeah? You know, songs like that, the way, and Davido's songs and whatever, Burna Boy, all his material, the way those songs are, that's where we want to be. We want more and more of our songs becoming. People don't care if they don't understand the lyrics, man. They've been listening to South American and Cuban songs and forever. Ricky Martin and all of these, forever. And it's about the vibe and the exotic sound of the music that's coming from here. To us, if we listen to Ladysmith Black Mambazo, we think, shame, it's cool, we feel nice because it's our grandparent, blah, blah, blah. For them, it is a brilliant, exotic, new experience that they will be willing to pay for, to have more of. So for us, it must be simple, an economic opportunity. Economic opportunity. To take up, we've now got the one side, we're looking to change the consumer behavior of South Africans, and the other part of the plan is to take our music internationally. Now for that, we're going to need some specific interventions, okay? There's some specifics that we would need to do. Now I'm going to the slides. Are you guys ready? Is there any questions at this point? Anybody who has got any question up to from what I've said so far? Anything. I'm happy to answer any question right now. Sure. Just give her the mic.
It's a comment quickly just to add. Since no, I'm not lecturing. Since I came back from London, I've been preaching what you've been preaching now. We need to own our own, right? Originality. That's number one. Our authenticity is the good English. Yeah. Until we move away from being American, we're not going to go anywhere. And like you're saying, the sky is the limit. Let's just move. You know, the Click song, for an example. Americans, they don't want what they can do better. They want what we can do better as Xhosas, as Sothos, as Zulus. Finish and clear.
Okay. Can we have a bit more? Can we have a bit more enthusiasm? We're not so many, but can you make a noise just so we can see if you're still awake? Yeah, man. Yes, baby.
Oh, hi. Nkalakatha from Lesotho. I'm with the Y4 band. I just have a question. Like, in a sport where I'm listening to American music, and then I'm inspired by maybe a guitarist, and then their music or their sound helps me to express myself better. And then I decide to mimic or express myself the same way. How do I grow from that? Still maintaining my culture.
Now, okay. I'm going to let me answer this. Let me answer. Fully agree with you, sister. There's nothing there that's new. You're completely just underlining what I'm saying. In your case, there's something there that's very good question. Very good question. Now remember, and I'm going to get to you, my brother. Don't worry, I've got you. So, you feel inspired by the American, and they're so good. They inspire me too. Make no mistake. I'm a jazz musician, and I grew up listening to George Duke and Weather Report, Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, all of those. But then, the trick is to understand. Okay, do you want to become a copy just like them? You say mimic. Which part of it is your own expression? Which part of that expression is you, a guy from Lesotho, with your roots, your culture, not your granny, their granny, there, what you live now, what you're experiencing. You're not living in America, you're living there. Which part of that expression is your own? If it's just a mimic, I can tell you now, good luck, you're wasting your time. Or, like I said earlier, try and get into America. Go in under the radar, behave like an American, and if you're good enough to beat them at their own game, may the force be with you. Good luck. However, if you've got some of those American elements, but you're fusing it with your own culture, maybe on a hip-hop beat, or a trap beat, or whatever beat inspires you, that's cool. But don't try and put on this American, hey, yo, yeah, yo, yeah. Don't go that route. Why would you want to? Can you speak like an American? Yeah. So brilliant. Thank God you're not that far gone. I'm just saying it's fine, and use that inspiration to take the best out of your own contemporary culture and use those American elements, because we can't go in there and just beat them with an African drum and accept them to be lying and say, hey, yo, that's wonderful, man. It's nice to have elements that are there. It's kind of world elements that the whole world will understand. But on that same plate are the African elements. And yesterday we spoke about how to switch on the unique light. Bing! That's the one that switches on the unique light. You, as a mimic from Lesotho, to try and make a career, especially internationally, no chance. No chance. If the late AKA was still alive, he would testify, because he tried going that route. Yeah, he got on MTV, he got an award for the best, because the Americans, they say, hey, yo, this guy's good, man. Yeah. But times have changed. They're not rewarding anymore for sounding like them. They're rewarding for sounding like us. Yeah? So, is that starting to answer your question? So use those elements that inspire you and find a way to fuse that with your own offering, of your own expression, your own culture that makes you unique. You good?
Dumelang. Ke kgotso batho ba batle. My name is Apostle Muso Mutswiga from Bloemfontein here. I have a radio show on Free State Life Radio. And this issue, it seems to be following me where I go, because I'm from a book festival. There is a book festival in town right now where they are talking about the importance of culture and self-identity. And yesterday, I was watching on YouTube, they were interviewing Burna Boy. And they were asking him about Afrobeat. And he said, Afrobeat is nothing new. It is something that was being done by Fela Anikulapo Kuti. And he said, what I'm doing right now, I am selling to the American people what Fela Anikulapo was trying to do. I am selling what Kwaito was trying to do. I am selling what Mbaqanga was trying to do. And it reminds me of a topic, I don't want to talk long, that we had with my friend Leshonolo Mokwena. It was in 2003. And there was this artist by the name of Two-Face Kalonji from Nigeria. And I told him, 2003, I said, watch out, my brother, watch out. The Nigerians are coming, and they are coming very hard. And the Nigerians, like you say, my leader, Ndate Gabi, they introduced their movies, bit by bit. Those Nollywood movies, and with the background music playing behind there, with a song that you don't understand. And the people would say, I don't understand this movie, but I like that song. How can I get that song playing on the background? And that's how we got to know about Fela Kuti, Kofi Olomide, Omar Singare. There are so many. And I was talking to the organizer of this event a few days ago. I said, can I have a chance to come and maybe to my fellow artists, introduce books to them that I now read, that I used to undress myself, this Americanness. Because there was a time where I would sound so much American. If I want to sound like American, I would sound like me, like that, you know. Now I said, nah, this is not me. It's time now to be Afrocentric. The language, the word that I use is Afrocentric, my leader. And as I said, this issue is following me now. From that issue there, now I'm here. The young man was asking me the same. I said, don't write your books in English. The best way is to write your books in Sesotho, so that Motlalipule in Taflacht can read your book. I was telling that to one of my young boys who are producing music at my house, at my place there. I said, don't sound like Chris Brown. You better sound like Lady Smith, Black Mambazo, or Soul Brothers, but the today ones. Yes, yes, sound like you. It's important. Now, I see this issue is following me from 2003 when I was talking about Kolonji, Two-Face Kolonji. And I even heard that, if Sustoko remembers, when there was a time when Tate Jabu Kanyile was telling us that, Ari, let's undress this Americanness. Let's undress this Eurocentric mindset. Let's now sound African. Because when God is trying to call us, he's getting a wrong number when he's calling Muso, and Muso is answering him in a, hey, God, who dares to die? Is that you, God? You understand? God knows me as Musutu. But when I answer God, when God is trying to call me, I said, hello, God, what's up? Is that you, God? If you get what I'm trying to say. Now, the originality. There is a book that I would say, guys, we really need to go and read that book. It is Decolonizing the Mind by Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. That book. I wish my brothers and sisters, we can take time and read that book. Thank you very much.
What you are saying is 100% in alignment with what we're trying to do. Absolutely. And thank you so much for that input. Much, much appreciated. Yeah? So you sorted. Okay. Anybody else before we go to the slides? So now, I think we're all on the same page. I think we're making the same noises. Sister, are we on the same page? Excellent. Cool. So it starts with, remember now we're talking about what can we do, what is doable practically in the next 5 years. That will involve each and every one of you, that will involve the radio stations, the lawmakers, the promoters, the producers, the composers, the actors, the venues, everybody who's South African. If everyone can understand a plan such as this, of course, anybody can say, but instead of doing that, why don't you do this? Instead of doing, we can do that for the next 5 years. It's just to try and change the plan. That would be counterproductive. But this is what we think is doable. If you have other versions, you've got certain adjustments, may the Creator bless you. But do something. Do something. And this is not just something that we've sucked out of our thumb. This comes with the experience that we have and looking specifically at the facts and the research and the things that are available for anybody that wants to check the validity of these facts. All right. So that's just the index. So we're not going to go too much on what is that. So the first one is, our voluntary begging from the West mentality is killing us more than cancer, TB, diabetes, or any other human affliction. Are we forgetting that much of the Western wealth we are now on our knees was created on the back of South African soil, labor, colonialist oppression, especially our minerals, especially the mines. You know, the things that are really valuable, gold, diamonds, copper, platinum. That's the first thing they took. That's the first thing they took. And that's kind of the if I can say, the wallet of a nation, is your mineral wealth. Because it's things that can be taken out of the ground, and then you take them offshore, back to people who can turn them, who can add value to them, and turn them into jewelry. They become the foundation for currency, etc., etc. So, fortunately, they didn't take everything. There's still plenty left. We've got to get those back. And I'm not going to sit here and make a case for nationalizing the mines, because I'm not a politician. There are people who are doing that already, and let's leave it at that. But the point is that a lot of our wealth and the things that they are selling back to us now came from here in the first place. But they've added value to it by turning it into products or consumables. Yeah? Populism, corruption, disunity is not an alternative for us. We've seen the price we pay now for state capture, where former revolutionaries, people with the hearts and minds of the people, the mass oppressed, disenfranchised people, on their mind. But comes a capitalist, comes a corrupter. For every corrupted, there is a corrupter. And most corruptors come from those who were oppressing us in the first place. So don't be too hard on the corrupted. They are vulnerable like you and me. These are choices we made. Those who turned corrupt made a bad choice at the time. The money and the wealth and the power became too much of a seduction. You have to be strong and disciplined to make sure you don't allow yourself to be corrupted, because it's a short journey. It's a short journey. Money does not bring happiness. I know I'm starting to sound like a preacher now, but if you don't believe me, then good luck. Find it out for yourself. You'll see. Most people with the most money still walking around with frowns on their face because they don't know how they're going to get more tomorrow. It's a cancer, it eats you. The only viable resource is to stop, to take stock, which is kind of what we did this morning. We now know where we are, how we became who we are, how we are dominated. And we say, this is what we call a CCB. South African Collective Cultural Brand. Now, if you compare us to the Americans, we're kind of similar in this way, culturally. Because if you look at their culture, they're not all one culture, the Americans. Hey, you get those whose grandfathers came from Italy, from Scandinavia, from Ireland, from the UK, from England. Some came from Africa, some came from South America. There's Cubans there, from all Chinese, Japanese, and generations later, all of them are American citizens, and they've bought into the American dream, and they've adopted that culture. But still, some of their culture is part of that culture the way it emerged. If you look at the American culture, there's a little bit of Spanish in there. There's a little bit of African in there. There's a little bit of Italian in there. There's a little bit of Scandinavian in. That's what makes the culture what it is now. If you trace it, it's got all of those elements in. And that's why it's such an attractive culture, because I asked this yesterday. If, go and look at a place on a Sunday that's got a buffet. Who agrees with me? A buffet is like one of the most attractive meals. Because firstly, you can eat as much as you like. Secondly, you go there and literally, the food is there, you can look at it. It's not in the kitchen there where you can't see it, it's there. Yeah, we've got some. When you start off, we've got some olives, there's some peanuts, there's maybe some chips. There's some ham. Oh, there's chicken. Your roast beef. Yeah. Chops, boerewors. There's pap. Hey, there's, check here, there's samp and beans here. Huh? Moshus here. Here. And what's it? Straight through to the desserts. So you've got this beautiful choice that you can pick from according to your own taste. In a similar sense, our creative, cultural, collective brand is that attractive, because there's a bit of Tsonga in there, Peter Tinet. There's a little bit of Lucky Dube, the reggae vibe. There's some Maskandi in there, you know, from those guys there. There's Soul Brothers there. There's Zahara is there. There's Trompies. There's Mandoza, Chiskop. There's Master KB. There's Lebo Matosa. In my time, you listen to Boom Shaka, Boom Shaka. From that time and up to today, you know, all of the beautiful piano that we're seeing now that's in the world. So then you also got the whole Afrikaans boerenmuziek thing. You know, for those Americans who like that sound, it's there. They want rock. Hey, we can rock as well. Look at Fokov Pulisikar, those guys. They can rock like any American can rock, you know. So we've got all of these elements that we can work into. You're talking about, you know, your Lesotho culture. You know, funny enough, some years ago, I was working with Doc Shebeleza, and they brought into studio these guys, these Sotho guys that play the piano accordion. They, you know, that vibe, but they play it like not like you hear accordion played anywhere else. It's only in Lesotho that they play. It's the same instrument, but they play it in a way that, hey man, this thing, it's, when you listen to it, it sounds like the mountains there. It sounds like it's coming from there. It's not even a human, it's an instrument sounding like an African. Isn't it amazing? You know? So, and the way that we can make our guitars sound, and it's the same instruments, guys. But we've got all of these elements, and we can take our buffet to the world. And that's what we say, cultural creative brand. Okay, so now you know what that is. Why is this not working now? Oh, sorry. There. So there are 3 growth principles. Number 1, now you guys, if you want to make notes, but please, any of you, just come to me. I will make this thing available to you. So you can take the whole plan, and I'll send it to your cell phone. I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. It is there. This is not, and don't be silly and say, check my plan. We know whose plan it is. Okay. So there's 3 growth principles. 1, local consolidation and entrenchment of our collective cultural brand. I know it's high English, highfalutin English. It just simply means that thing that I said earlier. In 5 years' time, if you ask Susie Matwete or Jan Kokemoer, what is your favorite music? The song that comes out of their mouth will be a South African song. Not because you told them to say that. That's their choice. They've been conditioned that way, the same way as what we've been conditioned to like American stuff. Now, after 5 years, little bit every year, doesn't matter where they listen, whatever station they switch on, they will be exposed more to South African stuff. So their children, Mommy, I like that song. Daddy, okay. That's how culture is grown. That's how culture is grown. I want to go see that concert. I want to go and see so-and-so. I want to go to this. No, but I want to go and see that. I want to go and see that. Klar, finish. There they go. And they go there. Game over. So the exposure will entrench our collective cultural brand locally. Local. So that's to do the local job. Can I leave it there? You guys understand what that is? 2, purposefully exporting this cultural creative brand by developing international appetite. Appetite means, hey, I'm hungry for this, I'm hungry for that. So we must take the world already, we know, we've already discussed it. There's already the appetite. How do we make them even more hungry? It's already there, it's already started. All we have to do is make them more hungry. How do we do that? 3, supported by a targeted training and development strategy. Because now, we go there, we make South African consumers, hey, all day, they just want to hear South African. I love South African. Not local is lekker. We discussed that yesterday, okay. Local is world class, remember. Don't say local is lekker anymore. Take that out of your vocabulary. Local is world class, okay. So, we've already done number 1. Number 2, locally, South Africans now buy into local. Number 2, and listen, we don't stop after 5 years. then we just keep going. Then it becomes the reality and the process will do itself. The exporting and the developing the international appetite is fine. But now, you can't have school children that's still listening to, or that's still forgetting the African and learning from where their culture comes from and having the historic perspective, and then taught how to take this and bring it into modern technology so that when you download FL Studio, you can introduce some of your African cultural elements into that. So all of that American stuff, you can take some of that out and put some of your own stuff in that will make that combination, and that will switch on the unique light. Okay? And that's why we've got to start, and we've recognized we've got to start with children as young as 8 years old. 8 years old. Yeah? For those of you who've got anything to do with education or whatever, you'll know the psychology, the aptitude tests now, they can literally, they can test a child at early, from 3, 4, 5. They give them a certain test, and you can see that genetic stuff that was built into them. What is this child most likely to succeed in? What is the genetic thing? They will be able to say with a great degree of accuracy, this child will probably go into science or technology or what, or this child is going to be a dancer, or this child throws natural born ability to sing. Why? Because they just perform better than other babies that age at that particular thing. You know? So where does that come from? It comes from genetics. You can't, that's the creator that put it there. You know? So what we want to do is look at do all of these 3 things over the next 5 years. All right. I just don't want to get ahead of my slides here. So let's look at the growth principle number 1. That is to consolidate the local demand. And I've spoken about it. And I'm going to go quite quickly. Okay. To ensure that the brand domination on local public preference by way of more regulated, incentivized exposure in order to increase local consumption and support on every current and emerging South African public platform inside our sovereign borders. In the next 5 years, we want to incentivize, even advertisers, give them a discount. If they advertise on a station that carries local content, give them a discount. And give them access to local audiences. To make them understand that their product needs to be sold to people, but still preserving their culture. If they want to trade in our borders, they must become more sensitive to our culture. If they want to take the money out of your pocket, they must respect your culture, guys. They mustn't have no regard. Come, you must buy my goods. I don't care about your culture. Sack. I don't care if you're American, whatever. Just buy my stuff. You will not do business in our country with that attitude. That's what we've got to do. We've got to start regulating our country and our place, our sovereign borders, and what happens here. And make sure our culture has its place. Yeah? This includes public venues, broadcast, advertising, online, mobile, every other available medium. Local content. This entails an immediate, reasonable, but uncompromising directive. Directive meaning you shall do this. Finish and clear. You don't have a choice. By regulation, whatever. For a 5-year escalating rollout of local content quotas, which will guide provisional CASA licensing for public and private commercial broadcasters, advertising, public venues, all other media platforms inside the sovereign borders of South Africa. They will do escalation. Next year, it's 5% more. The following year, it's another 5%. We're not saying do it overnight like Claudia Motsoeneng. We're not stupid, and we're not being opportunistic. We're being realistic, but we demand our culture will be the dominant one. That's what we're doing. Don't argue. We're giving you 5 years. Resources infrastructure. In support of this growth, we enforce a repurposing of all underutilized state facilities infrastructure to host a monthly national campus tour. Yeah? I see you. Are we good? Okay. So just to give you an example, on the way here, Tipsy, the guy, one of the partners of Good Fingers, or one of the guys involved with Good Fingers, he brought me here. And we drove past the building. It's the Department of Public Works building. It's not far from here. But it's closed. It's locked up. You can see, nothing has happened there for years. But the building is standing there. It's there. So, I'm not saying that's that specific building, but I'm just giving you, there are so many buildings and old campuses and schools and things that just with a little bit of resources, they can get repurposed to just get electricity back there, whatever, and so that people can go there and learn. And we can put up academies and things there where people can learn, and there's space for them to learn, operate, rehearsal rooms, teaching rooms, workshops, performance spaces where they can perform and put on their shows and people can go there. If it's sponsored, for free. Yeah? So to repurpose available resources for this purpose. Growth principle 2. Now we're taking care of the local thing. Now we're going to do how do we take this abroad? Within the next 5 years, progress to be re-evaluated every year. In other words, every year we say, okay, how far are we? Did we do that? Did we come what we wanted to do this year? Did we manage to do it? If we didn't, then next year we must do next year's stuff, plus we must catch up what we didn't do this year. Then we have to work harder. Team A. To scope, identify, target, and engage with foreign cultural, creative, media, tourism, and other relevant structures and individuals who are most likely to be receptive, interested, enthusiastic, and co-optable to become active and proactive brand ambassadors for our collective cultural brand in their country. There are people in every single country who love us. In government, promoters, events managers. When you say South African, they love, yeah, Jerusalem, lovely, we like you very much. We have to find out who they are. Name, email address, contact number, address. We've got to find out who those people are. If we have to work through our embassies and go and find and create databases where they are, who they are, and tell them this is what we're doing. Because already we have people there that are ready and willing to, they love our culture so much that they will be willing there to be our cultural ambassadors. We have to identify them. Team B, to simultaneously develop the first edition of a dynamic and ever supplemented international Mzansi collective cultural brand teaser pack. So if you're selling something, let's say we want to export something, I don't know, diamonds or jewelry or whatever, and we're taking it overseas. Of course you must have samples. You must have a sampler. This is our product. We come from South Africa. This is a little bit of the history of South Africa. This is what pap. Here's a little bit of pap, feel it? Yeah, that's what it looks like. This is a, I don't know, this is a boerewors. This is biltong. These are pictures of our people there in their environment. This is how we live. This is how the rich of us live. This is how the poor of us live. Just tell them exactly who we are and how we are, so that even if they haven't been here before, video clips, interactive things, make up a promotional package that's visual and tangible. Things that you can feel, things that you can listen to, and things that you can see to show them this is what we're bringing to your shores. So that is with some of our fashion, our clothing designs, some of our arts and crafts, some of the things, our high-tech stuff that we've developed. Don't forget, we transplanted the first heart here, ne? In South Africa. Our doctors, black, white, Indian, Chinese, our South African doctors are of the top doctors in the world, in every field. Eye doctors, heart doctors. Some of the tops in the world are South Africans. Scientists, we've got some of the top science. So in that thing, we give them a little bit of all of that stuff. But we concentrate, obviously, for us, on the cultural stuff. Yeah? Give them a little bit of our piano, you know? Give them a little bit of Afro soul. Afro pop. We give them a little bit of that. Some video clips, whatever, what. And not only one artist. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. So that it's a variety. And we don't only benefit one or two artists with this. This is not about single artists. This is about our community as a whole. Yeah? So that's what we're talking about, that 2.2. 2B, within the same 5 years, we prioritize a physical, cultural, creative, collective brand presence abroad. Team C, to scope, identify, target, and engage with foreign show promoters. Now we're not just talking to governments and the cultural and brand ambassadors, but people there who are already putting on shows, people with venues, people who regularly put on shows. We engage with, we find out who they are, we engage with them, and we sell them on this package, and our ambassadors there must already work with them before we even get there, so that when they get us already, it's just a matter of booking us. And they pay for us to go there, and our artists to go there. In the first couple of years, we can get assistance. It can be like a more collaboration between also local labels, production houses, record labels, record companies, and the government, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the Department of International Affairs and Tour, you know? So it can be a collaboration. That's what we do. And then we get bookings and we go physically there and we start performing there, putting on shows and building the audiences there. Team D, to simultaneously develop the first artistic performance as well as technical support team to these foreigners. So in other words, we don't just go there with the performers, we take our own roadies. We take our own road crew, our own technical people, so that we don't get there and it's only Americans that we have to work with. Now we've got to explain to them, listen, when I go on the whistle, then we're going to do the... You don't have to explain to them, you know? Because you've got your own technical guys. They understand, they know exactly. They're at the rehearsals. They were there. The whole show goes there with everything. With the instruments, everything. We just get the PA system there that's set up, finished. We arrive there with our own thing. So you guys understand that, right? So this is the growth principle to export. We've done the local consumers. Now this is how we do on, and not just to America, to France, to Germany, to Switzerland, to China. We took, at the end of 2019, just before COVID, we took Maviki Sampson. I sent her with 35 South African dancers from the Cape Flats there. From Kailicha, from Mitchell's Plain, they were mixed colored and African kids. And I can show you the videos, it's incredible. And we sent them to China. China paid for it. And it was the first time the African continent was represented there in the Shanghai International Tourism Festival. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. It's nice that you're, I'm not promoting now. I'm just showing you, illustrating. Okay. Guys, this isn't China, remember. The TV audience was 800 million people. Watch this on television. Where is someone from the Cape Flats or Langa or Kailicha going to get 800 million people to view them on TV? Where? In China. That's where you will get that. So then why aren't you there yet? With your Sutu American collaborative thing that's unique and it switches on the unique light. Now you've got 800 million people watching you. Isn't that cool? I think so. So, guys, that's what we've got to do. So that's what this page is about. All right. So now we come to the development and training. How do we create better, more, smarter, greater? Because let's face it, the Americans are great performers. Hey, man, when they go on stage, damn, they're good, man. When they dance, it's perfect. When they sing, it's perfect. When they act, it's perfect. How did they become so good? Here's how. From the age of 8, 9, they've got academies, they've got schools, they've got government and local municipalities and provinces sponsor such facilities where even the poorest of the poor can go there and based on their natural talent that they're born with, they're taken in. They get an audition and if they're there, they're taken in and they're exposed to the best teachers, the best mentors, the best to teach them. Not only in performance, but listen to this. When a kid comes there with a talent that they can sing, By the time they're ready to leave that facility, when they matric, they can't only sing, they can act, they can dance. Now they've learned the skill of singing, the one that they were naturally born with, but they've also acquired the skill of dancing and acting. But it's not all. By the time they're ready to leave that facility when they're in matric, they know everything about copyright. They know everything about publishing, because someone has taught them that. From when they were 8 years old, they've had 10 years training. Don't come tell them about copyright. They can tell you. They can lecture me. Well, I don't know, but yeah. You know. You understand? So in that facility, they get the exposure to that thing that they're naturally born with, plus the other related things. So that's why Beyonce now, hey, but now she's in a movie. Where did she learn to act? There. When she was we only got to know her as a singer, but we didn't know she can also act. And damn, can that lady dance, man. Did you see her even do some Pansula steps? When there's a choreographer teach, why? Because she can dance. You can choreograph anything. Yeah? So that's the whole idea. Now we're going to bring, so the idea is, Team A, to scope, identify, target, and engage with existing arts theatres in all 9 provinces for a linked arts academy in each province. So in each province, you've got, in Bloemfontein, you've got your what's your big state facility here? Yeah, so there. They must adopt the academy that's here in Bloem. Maybe the academy is going to be there. They're going to refurbish the public works building. I don't know. But preferably a little bit out of town, because I'm going to get into that, but we want to take kids also out of the environment where they're going to start getting into gangs and smoking nyope and whatever, you know. We want to get them into this to clean their minds and give them an opportunity to just be involved with the arts and those things all day long, so that they don't have a hunger to do anything else, that they're getting to do what they love most, what they were born on this planet to do. They get to do that, and they get proper trainers. All right, but I'm going to talk more about the academies later. Guys, not too much longer. Are you guys still okay? Yeah. Are you still with me? Can we just hear a bit of noise? Yeah. Okay. Just stand up a little bit, stretch your legs a little bit. Just a little bit, just get a little bit, otherwise people are going to start yawning. Are we still good? Yeah. Okay, cool. Is there maybe an unopened bottle of water standing anywhere that anybody can offer me? I've got one in my bag there. On the other side, on the other side pocket of my bag, there is one. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm sorted. Thanks. Sorry. Okay, so let's go. Let's finish up. There's somebody for the first one to have a cigarette, maybe, or something. Quick, go smoke. We give a 5-minute smoke break, nah? 5-minute smoke break. I used to be a smoker. I know what it's like. It's fine. No, go and have a cigarette quickly. all of this. So we will scope, identify existing arts theatres, and those need to adopt, because here's the reason why we link those academies. So the academy must be separate, must be hopefully rather a little bit outside, somewhere maybe on a farm just outside the town, or on a small holding just outside of the town, and I'll tell you why later. But essentially to get these young people to a place that's away from their environment. We recognize that Kasi life is still very hard, and there's many, many distractions there. We understand that. And it's not like we say, we don't want our kids to be in. Of course we do. But we want to take them out to empower them with a new vision, with new hope, with a new understanding of how valuable their culture is. Then when they go back there, they can resist the bad temptations, and they can be there as role models and stand there as a beacon of light and hope for those kids who are left behind. And then those other kids can say, I want to do this. This is my future. This is what I want to do. This is how I want to be. I don't want to live and die like this. My culture is valuable. I want to be part of that. And even if they get the benefit that they don't become artists, but they become fully Afrocentric and Afro-inspired scientists or accountants or whatever, we've still done a good job. It still benefits to our people in our country. By being even there for 4 years, just to get that cultural background, to understand the value of their culture. If they then go into another profession by the time they're 12 or 13, they go back to a normal school, that's fine. But at these academies, they're also going to teach the normal subjects. Just to know, like maths and, all the other horrible stuff. They're going to teach that there, so that when the child gets to 12, then the parents will have the choice and say, look, we want to keep this kid there. The kid's doing so well. Look how well the kid's developing as an artist, blah, blah, blah. Or my kid's not happy. My kid wants to rather go become a firefighter or a butcher or whatever, accountant, a lawyer, whatever. Then they can go. The education will include and dominated by the creative subjects, but there will be enough of the other things like language and whatever, maths and some scientific and technical things there, that they will be able to go to another school by the time they're 12 or 13, and they will just fit in, and they can continue from there. You guys get that? Because at the moment, there's no arts even in schools anymore. Music is not on the syllabus anymore. They've abandoned arts for the schools. Like they want to make all of us lawyers, doctors, and accountants, and scientists. We mustn't be artists. Even our minister, I don't know if you guys saw that, our Minister of International Relations, Naledi Pandor, she made a statement that was a great embarrassment, and she had to apologize for that. She made an statement where she just did this about the arts, So we were not hard on her, but we let her know, and she apologized. We got a big apology. All right. So the point is we want our career. It's our chosen career. So now when these kids are there, but remember, when we started this, what was that first thing that I said? We spoke about the inequality of society. Everything must happen with that as a background. So the first 5 years, these academies, we want to make them available specifically for children that come from households where the combined household income is less than 200,000 a year. These are typically families that cannot afford to send, even if they know, and I want my kid to be an artist, but they cannot afford to send them to Boston campus or to the local, the private art school or to AFDA or wherever. They just don't have the money to send them there. They can just send them to the public school, which is free, But there's no arts classes there. Now what do? This is what they can do now. There are academies available, and of course, we will start small, start with 50. Next year, the next intake, then we make 60, 100, 200. And we want to end up in 5 years' time where it's by population, and you'll see we've broken it down. I'm going to go there. But the understanding is that it's still a transformation issue as well. Even in our sector, we want to make sure that it's not only the rich kids from rich parents, whether they're black or white. Now they can become artists because they've got academies to go. Hey, there are academies available. Your parents have got money. Go there. In 5 years' time, then we'll say, fine. Now we can open it up and open it up to any kids that come. If their parents want to contribute, here's the problem. Remember, these academies must be transformational. They must look at the quality and the value of the culture, not the bank balance of the parents of the kids that come there. So the next thing, I paid for this, my son must da-di-da-di-da. No one with money will call the shots in these academies. No parent. If your kid comes there, your kid is like any other kid from the poorest household. Same treatment, same facilities, same opportunities, same everything. And in the beginning, the first 5 years, we only take kids from disadvantaged communities. 5 years. Can I get a bit of... I'm not begging, but that is worth applauding. Okay. Because, guys, we're far behind with equality. We must help our disadvantaged communities. I wish they would do this with science, technology, and everything else. How are we supposed to give opportunities to kids who will get born into poverty and they die in poverty? How? If we don't do the same thing like affirmative action, transformation. It's our duty. That's why we're saying for the first 5 years, it will just be disadvantaged kids. And if we say disadvantaged, we're not going, hello disadvantaged kids, how are you doing today? Forget about it. We will never even mention that word anymore. We will make these kids feel and behave and express themselves like champions of the culture. These will be the role models for future. Kids from rich families will look at these kids and how good they are and how well-rounded they are in the cultural profession and say, hey man, I want my children to be like that. Because if it can be achieved in disadvantaged families, imagine how much easier it would be for people with money. But if they do it for the right reason, not to put money in because they want to control the whole thing. Zack! Put your money back in your pocket. Zack! We've got to get rid of greed to be our master. Greed is an evil master. We need to kick that bastard out of the door of our space. The only value that we really have is as human beings and as culture, our culture. And if we look each other in the eye, preacher, we look each other in the eye and I say, I really love you as a human, as a fellow South African. Look what we've been through, but look what we are able to achieve because we're so valuable. But guys, these are all, it's nice to listen to now when I talk like it's like a dream, huh? It's like a dream. But tell me, what of this that I've said so far do you think is not achievable? Tell me, what is there that you think, man, you're dreaming? If we really put our mind to it and we can get our lawmakers and our departments and people, especially the state, to buy into this, what reason is there that this can not be done? Any reason, give me. Because I've been lying awake for nights when we were putting this thing together and saying, maybe we're just dreaming. Go look at everything there. It's doable. It's doable. The only reason why it's not done is because we're not doing it. Okay. So, then we've got the existing infrastructure, and then if there isn't a place, then build one. Old Mutual, you want to help the community? Build an academy. Standard Bank, you want to invest in the community? Do you want the community to come to your bank? Give them something. Put up a building there. Department of Basic Education, we need teachers. We need teachers, like in any of the other schools, they must come here, they must teach maths, accounting, whatever the normal things. And then we get the real arts teachers. And we also have regular visits from artists who are successful. Yeah? To come there, talk to the kids, to be part of that, to come and have workshops with them, show them, hey, how do you do this? Like this. You see, it's like this. How do you do? No, don't hold the mic there like this. Because hold the mic a little bit away, then people will hear you more clearly. Now you've taught the mic technique. Don't set up your camera like this, because you're in the person's face. You're looking up their nose. They can see the snot in their nose. Take the camera a little bit away and drop it to eye level. All of the skills in show business. Technique, how to set up a PA system. No, you don't plug that in there. You'll blow the speaker. Wait. You plug it in there. You see, this is how this works. Ta-ti-ta-ti-ta-ti-ta-ti-ta. Mixing desk. Hey, take the. You're too hot. You don't want to put every channel filter on 0. Do your mix, start with this, and bring in your instruments little by little, like this. You see how nice that's. Yo, Gaps. You teach them. Simple. Hands-on. Tomorrow you come there. Hey, Tabo, set up for me like I showed you yesterday. Let's see. You didn't get. Whoa. Can you do better? Lindy, where? Come. She's remembered from. That's how you teach our children. You make them proud, and you let them. You don't lecture them. You teach them with love and discipline and respect, and show them their value. Guys, you get me? Let's move on. So, Team D will be responsible purely for budget management, administration, marketing, corporate, CSI, fundraising. So there's a team for everything. There's a team to scope, identify existing arts theaters, to partner with them. Team B, to identify existing infrastructure and facilities to repurpose. Old schools or buildings or campuses where there's certain halls that are not being used anymore. Now they're going to be for the academy. Finish. Clean up, paint. Put new, the ceiling's falling, put new panels in there. Finish. Yeah? Team C, to recruit and interview the select teachers, the coaches, trainers, mentors, as the first intake of students. So those, now you don't just take anybody that come there, then you're wasting your resources. These must be kids from disadvantaged households with an income less than 200K per annum. Line them up, different ages. Remember the first intake, we take 8 to 18. Yeah? So the first intake will already have kids who are 17. They're only going to be there maybe for 1 year. You see? So in that year, so the first 5 years, but from then on, as we go along, after 5 years, especially after 10 years, you'll get a kid that comes in here from start to finish. The whole 10 years, they will just be at the academy. That's the only way we can do it. There's no other way we can do it. So the first ones that come out here will be older, but they will have spent less time at the academy. The younger ones will spend a lot of time at the academy before they, as they grow older and older. So they will be more prepared when they leave, because they would have had more time to learn all those skills. But we will have crash courses for those who are coming to at grade 12 level. We'll have crash course so that in that 1 year at least, they will learn about publishing, they will learn about code, they will get some dance moves, they will learn a little bit about technical, they will learn about, and in that one skill that got them there, whether it's singing, rapping, or whatever, they will get intensive training to make that really, really to international standard. You see? So those are the practical things. Cool. Let's move along. Structure and functioning. I'm going to go quite quickly. These academies will be full-time residential education, training, and production facilities. Full-time, nah? Observation of conventional syllabus will be balanced with targeted development in music and performance. I've already spoken about that. So they will observe the normal syllabus that the kids learn, but instead of subjects that they will never use, we will introduce the art subjects that they are most likely to make them better artists when they leave in grade 12, when they go into the market to get a real job, if I can put it that way. All right. 2, strong emphasis will also be placed on indigenous knowledge systems. You guys, most of you hopefully will know what indigenous knowledge system is, because a lot of African kids grow up and they don't even know anything about indigenous knowledge. Well, why not? Should that not be taught in history? Isn't that our people's history? You know, what does that one skin there mean? What is this thing? What does that bead mean that looks like this? So that when they go overseas and they wear that stuff, and they hey, yo, man, what's that? What's that thing? You know, they've got a story to tell. That's authentic. That's real, because they understand the value. They know where that comes from. So they will also understand indigenous knowledge. We're not going to spend all the time teaching you to be like your grandfather. Don't be silly now. This will just be one subject, that you will understand where your parents and their parents and where the culture came from there to lead you to where you are now. Yeah? It will also tell the story of the collective African culture in the international entertainment arena in a similar way that our own consumer patterns have been shaped and economically exploited by American, British, European, and other Western cultures. So in other words, this is where we fix the damage. You know that damage that we spoke about in the beginning, of how our environmental influences, it becomes the person who we are. So this is the part where we undo that, where we unroot that identification with being American and instill the identification with being who you really are, which is an African. And proudly so, not like your grandfather. You're a modern one, living in 2025. You've got a nice car. Your parents have got, have got this, that, and you can go on the internet. You can go on YouTube. You understand technology. But you're an African, and in the first 5 years, you're coming from a poor community. There's no shame in that. There's a reason why your parents are poor. And we want to change that. It's okay. You can be okay with your poverty. It's fine. We don't care about that. Because we're not about material wealth. We hear about what value you do have. You're coming there with your value. You're coming there with your value. It doesn't matter about how poor or rich you are. You're coming there with your value. We want to take that value and put it there where it can give you a future, give your family a future. That's what we want to do. Financing and resource. Aha, I knew you were going to ask me, but you didn't. Where's the money going to come from? I don't know, but we've got to find it. So here's what we've... A provisional combined allocation will be made from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Higher Education, national budgets, etc. Department Trade and Industry, which I didn't put in there, and I'm sorry, but it must go in there. Trade and Industry. Tourism must go in there. International Affairs must go in there. They don't all have to contribute the same. But those closer to our industry they must get budget from Treasury. They must budget for it. They must ask Treasury, we want budget for this, that, for this plan. It's their responsibility. It's not for us to go and plead, and please give us funding. National Arts Council, please give us money, like we still do. We're like beggars. We beg for money that's supposed to come to us anyway. I told you guys yesterday, those of you who were yesterday, when Treasury, when they allocate budget, look at all the budget speeches. They start with commerce, trade and industry, education, nogal. This is what we're doing, but nogal. They take arts out of education. There's no music in schools anymore. Yes. Guys, what's happening here? Do they want to stop us from being artists altogether and just become American? Hey, yo, what's up? Will they be happy then? Zack! We refuse that future. We refuse that future. So when they budget, right at the end, it's like they're saying, is there any more money left? Oh, shame. Give it to sports, arts, and culture. And then that money goes to museums, and it goes to lots of things where, yeah, sure, we need museums. But many of the museums still tell the story of apartheid and colonialism. Lots of the museums are still not Afrocentric enough. If you want to tell a story, tell our people's story. Tell the real story, the way it's supposed to be told. So guys, that's it. This is the whole idea around this plan. Let me just get into a little bit more detail. There should be national legislation should compel provincial and municipal authorities to contribute to supplement co-funding these academies from locally derived budget. It must be law from central, from parliament. Every municipality every annual must make X percentage of your budget will be given to you for the academy in your municipality or in your area. Look, we're not going to have an academy for every town yet, but in future we can have, but it will be provincial. Every province will have one academy. In 5 years' time, I can tell you now, Gauteng should have 2, just because of the population. You can't have more than 1,000 kids in an academy. Then rather make another academy. Yeah? KZN will have one. So let me show you now. Okay. To enhance sustainability, income will ultimately also be generated through the development of academy shows. It's in other words, as these academies will go on, then the kids will also go out and put on shows. So, and people will pay for tickets. And companies will go there and they'll book a whole table for 10,000 Rand for the night. And that money will go so that academies will also start funding themselves by the products that we are able to put on now. We'll be able to put on shows, proper, professional shows where kids will say, hey, here's our culture. We've been waiting for you guys. What have you been doing all these years? All we've been hearing is American. Look at these kids, what they're doing. This is as good as the Americans, except it's South African. Yeah? Because the other part is working where we're changing the consumer behavior of local consumers. Remember, that part is working. All right. So all of these things work together. Same way. What if the kids start coming up with really good amapiano songs there? Why should they not be on Spotify? Why should they not be on YouTube? Why should they not be where people can buy them? Of course they must be there. Then the academy can get a certain little portion. And then the kids' families can get the others. So it will make also a little bit of competition, but we'll manage that competition, and we will get kids to collaborate. So if there's one little Yannick Kukumur there, and there's 5 or 12 Suzy Matwetwes and Temba Kizes and whatever, we write something. Let them write something that all of the kids get a little thing there to express themselves. And that way it becomes that collective cultural brand. Remember the buffet? The buffet I was talking about? There, that's the buffet. Except the one buffet will have more amapiano on the dish. The other one will have more African jazz on the dish. The other one will have more deep Xhosa kind of, or choral music or gospel on the dish. Depends on what we decide at the time there. Yeah? Are you guys starting to see the vision? You're seeing this vision? Huh? Have you ever thought about anything like this before? In bits and pieces, but not as a comprehensive plan. No. So that's a plan. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's a plan, guys, and it's doable. All right, I'm going to start moving on a little bit. So integration with industry professionals as part of the syllabus will be made for practical excursions to professional music, dance and drama studios. So in other words, these kids will also then go to Parkhoffs and they'll see the national orchestra when they're rehearsing there. That'll be part of their learning experience. They will also be able to sit in with sessions, and some of them who will play the instruments, they will be able to, and they get the music and they sit and they play with the professionals. They play. It doesn't matter if they're still a bit out of tune, but they're only, hey, this is only 10 years old kid. The guys will say, hey, you're playing kak. It's fine. If they do, then the kids, sorry, and concentrate more, you know. And that's how they will become better, because they have also had opportunities to rub shoulders with real professionals. They'll have timers like me coming there and talking to them like this and inspiring them, you know. So that's all positive stuff, guys. It's all positive. That's why I said yesterday, enough of this, South Africa is destroyed. We're finished. We've got no future. Eskom is finished. Corruption. These guys. This ANC. This. Shut up. In my interview, they asked me earlier, if you've got one thing to say, and funny enough, it comes from a Mandoza song. "Uzoyithola kanjani lele khoneni?" Get up off your asses and do it for your culture, for your country, for your people, for your communities. Just fucking do it. There's a plan, there's a blueprint. I'm introducing you guys to it. I'm not saying this is my plan and all of you must. I'm giving you a gift here. This is a gift. Go and make it happen. You know which doors to go and knock on. Some you knock gently, tuk, tuk, tuk. Others you come, boom, and you walk through. We need all of the above. We need the gentle knocking and the kicking and everything in between. You will know the difference. You will know who's on the other side of the door. Do the appropriate for whoever's on the other side of the door. Because if they don't buy in, then they must put sack. They're not our leaders. If they can't do this for us, they're not worth us following. Then we must appoint our own people. And then we must be real radical. So I'm going to talk briefly about Tumsa after lunch. Or, yeah, I don't know how they want to do it. But if you guys still want to stay, I'll quickly tell you about Tumsa. I didn't come here primarily just for Tumsa. A lot of people thought that's the only reason why I'm here. I came here for this. For yesterday and today. This is why I'm here. So guys, some of you probably already read what's written there now. So let me go to this one here. Now you'll see here. It's also realistic. Look what we've done. The academy sizes and the demographic distribution per province. Okay? South African collective culture is a unique blend of subcultures consisting of 9 provinces with 11 official languages. I think there's 12 languages because I think the Khoisan language also now. There may even be 13 languages now, I'm not sure. But some of those ancient languages have also now been recognized. Because this is already about 2 years old when we started developing this. Right. So there's 4 main population groups, each of which can again be categorized along with the lines of tribal ancestry, historic origin, or cultural fusion. The ratios of these differ by province, and in order to get a truly authentic representation of the cultural collective brand, the most logical, listen to me, the most logical composition for each provincial academy would be according to the size of its population and the demographic distribution ratios. Furthermore, we propose a modest 1 academy student per 10,000 population. Guys, it's pointless. We pack these academies full and we can't go. The kids go run riot. You can't even teach to them. Because we want the classes must not be bigger than 40. Rather start with fewer. Then build it, build it, build it. We're trying to be realistic. Otherwise you can say, yeah, we're going to have 10,000 kids in every academy. We're not stupid. If you make a plan, make a realistic plan. Make something that's doable. Where are you going to find the money for 10,000 kids per? Find money for 1. If you've got, you can put it in the bank if that one is sorted. It's done. That's a victory. Not the fact that you couldn't find money for 10,000. That's a loss. Finding money to put 50 in an academy. That's a gain. So KZN, the population at that time was 11 million and 65 to blah, blah, blah. Gauteng, the population is 13 million. Eastern Cape population is just under 7 million. Northwest is 3.7. Western Cape 6.2. Free State 2.8. Northern Cape 1.1. Mpumalanga 4.3. Limpopo 5.7. So this is how we break it down. I'll just stand this side for a moment. KZN, for instance, Black African, 87%. Because that's exactly the demographics. That's if you go and look in KZN, how is this Black African, white, colored, Indian, Asian, how it's broken down? That's it, kids. White, 4%. Colored, 1%. Indian, Asian, 8%. Right? But let's go to Western Cape. Let's look at the population there in the Western Cape. Black African now is 36%. Okay? Colored is 49%. White is 16%. Indian, Asian, 1%. So in that academy, that's how the breakdown of kids will be. Yeah? 36% will be black African, 16% white, 49% colored, Indian, Asian, 1% in the Western Cape Academy. If anybody doesn't understand that, then they're just being silly and stupid. How can you have the same demographic when the population demographic is not like that? It's just silly. It's not fair. It's not fair to that community. So it is representation according to the demographic there. Let's look at the Free State. This is where you guys are, by the way. 89% black African students. 8% white students. 2.9% colored. And Indian, Asian. Remember in the old days, apartheid days, Indians were not allowed to be here. Remember? Now they are. So 0.1% Indian. We'll have one Indian kid in the academy to make sure that culture also has 1%. Don't be jealous, guys. You've got 89%. Don't be silly. Allow this one Indian kid. And don't, there's the Indian kid. There's another South African kid. It doesn't matter whether the Indian or black African or white or whatever. This is our cultural, collective cultural brand. Of course, it's always going to be much more dominant by black African. Of course, that's the reality. But it also has got Khoisan and Nama ancestry in it. The Afrikaans language is an African language. It was declared an official language in 1933. That's just the other day, man. And although it has its roots in some of the European languages, it's very, very much born on this continent and in this country. So that's the whole thing. It's simple. I'm not going to get too much in detail. So the academy age distribution, 8, 9-year-olds, there'll be 10. But for every 50 students, there'll be 10 who's 8 or 9, 10 and 11, 10, 12 and 13, 10, 15, 16, 10, 17, 18, 10. Those are the fees. The fees now will be more because these prices were 2 years ago in COVID. We did this, actually just when COVID started. So it'll be a little bit more now, but that's more or less what it will cost for the tuition for student age 8 to 10, 12 to 15, 16 to 18. And then the residency, for those to stay in the residency, will be 87,000 rand. Now probably be closer to 100,000 for the year to stay in the residency. Class population sizes ideal would be 35 students, but maximum 40 students per class. School hours, 8 in the morning, 3 p.m. 2 breaks, 45 minutes and 25 minutes. Progress and assimilation monitoring, 1 quarterly exam, 4 quarterly tests per subject, 3 quarterly practical performance demos, and 2 theory. All right. So there's the whole thing. There's the whole plan. Sorry, one thing. The parents will have the choice if their kids from 8 to 12, that's normally like the primary school, those years, whether they must stay full-time in the residency where we know they've got a roof over their head, they've got a bed at night, they're getting fed, and they're there safe. But if the parents decide no, or the granny who's the guardian decide no, my kid must come home every day because she must clean the house, clean the whatever, if they've got, then fine, they've got that choice. That kids from 8 to 12 or 13 can, but then there must be transport laid on for them. That's an extra expense, remember. They must be transported from wherever they are at Kasiside to the academy every morning. Lunchtime, at 3 o'clock, they must be taken back. It will be better for all the kids to stay in the residency. It will be better. Okay? And from 12 to 18, or 13 to 18, no choice. The kids stay in the residency. Because that's when they start getting pulled into gangs. That's when they get into drugs. That's when they get distracted with other things. So essentially, we're recommending that all the kids stay in the boarding school, in the residency. Then holidays, they go home. Those who've got nowhere to go to can stay in the residency in the holidays. If they're orphans, then they can stay there. There will be someone there taking care of them. It's time to stop begging from the West. It's time to stop apologizing for being South African. It's time to let our collective culture rise. And that is the end of this segment. Enkandla! I love each and every one of you. I look you in the eye from there. I look you in the eye. I look you in the eye, in the eye, in the eye. Each and every one of you. I love you as a South African. I love each and every one of you. If the angel takes me tomorrow, I'm a happy man because I met you guys. All right? So after lunch, I'm going to quickly just do a small segment on Tumsa Praise. That's quick for those who are musicians or music related and want to belong to the Tumsa. I'm going to give you a quick run through there.
Timer, please don't steal my job. All right, guys, lunch will be ready in a few moments. Please enjoy and then come back refreshed and energized so that we can learn more and more. Thank you so much.
we can extend it to Lesotho. I'm sure we can have a branch there. But then I had a discussion with Braji over there. Yeah. Although it's a trade union for musicians, we're not talking now about scales, modes, chord progressions, genres, nothing to do with it. Okay, are we ready to roll? Okay, so apart from all the other things that we discussed over the last 2 days, about 8 years ago, myself and Sis Vicky Sampson, the lady who sings My African Dream is a name to follow. Okay, so you know who Vicky Sampson is. Iconic artist of South Africa. She performed for audiences all over the world anyway. So she's my choma, and we decided we need to form a trade union that protects musicians' rights. Now, the moment you say that, the first thing, trade union, what is a trade union? A trade union means unity together. Trade means it's a specific trade. Whether you're a butcher or, I don't know, a carpenter or you're a builder or whatever. In our situation, we are musicians. That's our trade. Trade means to do something in return for something. That's what trade means. We trade. In the old days, it used to be barter. I give you a shell, and you give me a mealie. You know, it was like that. Then it developed, eventually it was, I pay you so much, and then you do this, that, and the other, what I need. It's trade. That's what we do. So, unions, essentially the trade union movement started way back in like centuries already, where they started organizing because more and more they realized, listen, once you're employed by somebody, that person, you become like a slave. You become dependent because if they don't pay you, then you can't eat. But you've got to work first and then get paid. That's dangerous. Because once you've done the work, you can't unwork the work. You've already given the one part of the trade. It's a transaction between two parties. It doesn't matter whether the one is rich and famous and the other one is poor and simple or uneducated. Doesn't matter. It's still two parties trading. That person would not employ you if they didn't need what you can do. They don't want to do that thing that they employ you for. Or they can't do that because they don't have that skill. Therefore, they employ you to do a certain thing. It's a transaction. It's like any contract or agreement between two parties. Here's the problem. You work now, and you get paid at the end of the week, your wages. Or you work now, and you get paid at the end of the month, your salary. What if they pay you short? What if you must work, but they don't give you the tools? What if this, what if that, what if that? And that way, back then, workers realized that, hey. Actually, we are just still slaves. Except now they're paying us a little bit. They're not just beating us to work anymore, and they don't have us in chains. But we are still slaves because they're paying us very little for what we do. And then they still treat us badly, and they exploit us. And they make us work overtime, and we're not getting paid for that. They make us do more than what we agreed in the beginning. And if we don't do that, then they don't pay us for the things we did do. So, because of employer-employee exploitation, workers started organizing themselves into trade unions, what's called trade unions. And those trade unions, in the old days there was a trade union for this, a trade union for that, a trade union for that. Then they realized, hey. The problem that we have as a It's got to do with the fact that we are workers. What work do we do? What these guys were doing on stage there now, they're busy rehearsing. They're busy because they've got a gig. They can't sound cuck, sorry. They must sound good. Because otherwise people will say, I have sex, cuck, man. Give us somebody who can play. Or you guys play good, but you don't play nice together. You're sounding out of, you know. So they have to prepare themselves with the skills. They've got to put it. Problems. Doesn't matter if we've got different occupations. And employee. The Almighty will punish me if I said that. But generally speaking, if you are an employer, it's very easy to exploit your workers. And because there's a lot of bad people in the world, a lot of them happen to be employers. And they do exploit their workers. And workers, if they don't have exploitation, then before you know what's what, they will be back to slavery, in chains, whatever. They won't even get paid for anything. They'll just be working just to eat. Because that's what greed does. Like cancer. So that's the bit of the history. So those trade unions started joining together and started making trade union federations. So fast forward, in South Africa, the trade unions are all, there's many, for teachers, for this, for builders, for mine workers, blah, 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 blah. And every trade has got a trade union. Every different occupation. Trade unions are built on the fact that people are working full-time for one employer. So the legislation is made, they work there 6 days a week, and they get paid either in the week or they get paid in the month. But that's their employer, and they all work for that one employer until they leave and find another job. So the current LRA, what we call LRA, is the Labor Relations Act. It sits with the Department of Employment, Labor and Competition. The minister there is Comrade Minister Tulas Ngesi. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit, but you know what I mean. So, the Labor Relations Act does not cover what they called informal sector. And that's us. Did you know? You were informal. It's like you're not even a formal worker. Your profession is not a formal profession. You're just like a hobbyist. You're just like a hobbyist and you make some money from your hobby. Get a real job. That is what we say. Our job is as real as any other job. If you're not good, if you don't get the skills, if you don't manage to get the work, if you don't please those who you are giving your services as a musician to, then they won't pay you. But if they do, then if you give them what they must pay you. Fair. They can't exploit you. The problem is that the Labor Relations Act gives legal protection to workers in a unionized environment. They are allowed to do what is called collective bargaining. They have recognition agreements with employers, which means when we go there, if there's more than 10 workers in a factory that says, we want to unionize, we want to join this union, then the employer must sign a recognition agreement. The law tells them so. Otherwise, they can close that place down. The Labor Relations Act says if you're employing laborers and more than 10 of them, 10 or more, decide they want to join a union, you are obliged as an employer to sign a recognition agreement. And when they declare a dispute, then it goes to arbitration, and there's a whole process, a legal process, where there's representation, and then the court will rule, or the arbitration will rule, and if they rule against the employer's got no option but to settle or to to do what the court tells them to do. Advocate, you hopefully know a little bit about labor law. So that's what other workers who are in unions, and those unions are all part of mainly COSATU. The NUM, they went their different way with Vavi and them, they started their own union, but it looks like the unions are starting to talk to each other again and come back and whatever, we'll see. Hopefully, all unions will be under one federation again, because it makes them stronger. You know, it makes it stronger. Fragmentation just weakens you, and the enemy wants to weaken us. The more we can be divided, the more vulnerable we are. So what did we do? As TUMSA, we decided we must start a trade union, but we realized that the Labor Relations Act doesn't recognize us. That was 8 years ago. Then in 2018, we registered it with CIPRO, the Register of Companies, you know, the Register of Companies. So it's a formally registered non-profit organization with a registration number. We've got a board of directors, and then from there we've got all the other things that a trade union has. We've got a National Executive Committee, we've got a national structure, NEC, we've got provincial secretary, and we're now busy setting up the structures, provincial this, provincial that, and we all call each other comrade, and we are fully trade union. Only problem is, we are not a registered trade union yet. Why? Because of the definition in the Labor Relations Act that says there has to be an employer and employee relationship. The rest are still also informal, ne? Hobbyist private contractors. So they don't really know what to do with us. They don't really know how to deal with us. Yet, when we look at the coverage, even for people who are with unions, etc., there's many things that when you join an employer, they have to pay. They take 1% off your salary, and they give that 1% extra, and that 2% based on your salary goes to the Department of Labor for unemployment. It's called UIF, Unemployment Insurance Fund, which if you're unemployed, it gives you 6 months to find another job. You get your weekly wages, or you get your monthly wages for that 6 months. After 6 months, if you can't find a job in 6 months, you know, now you've got a problem. But at least you got 6 months to find another job. When it comes to informal workers like musicians, we saw with COVID, it was a beautiful illustration of how vulnerable we are. Overnight, all gigs are cancelled. All venues are closed. Nothing, nada. You can't get 1 more cent from tomorrow morning. No, you're not going to play on Friday night. That gig's cancelled, bro. But that was supposed to buy me groceries. Sorry, ne. I don't want to go into too much detail. TUMSA took the department to court. We're still in court now for the way they dealt with the very first distribution of funding. The very first one, because that very first one was, firstly they said only government contracts. Only if the government booked you for a gig, we'll pay you for that gig. Hey, what about the rest of us? That's working for, I don't know, Kentucky. or McDonald's there, or whatever. Joe's Tavern, where I do 2 gigs. I do play every Thursday, Friday. I play there. That's at the end of the month. It helps to pay my kids' school fees. It helps to pay my rent. It helps to pay my. That's how we earn our living. Now there's nothing, and you don't have UIF. You've got no SASA. You've got nothing. We had to go and from our own pockets and put money together and go and beg people for money so we can take food parcels to our musicians, just so they could eat. No, they couldn't afford data, they couldn't afford electricity. That's how bad it was. And many of the musicians committed suicide even. People committed suicide because now they can't provide for their families, their children are looking at daddy, I'm hungry. No. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how vulnerable we are as so-called informal workers, so-called private contractors. Rubbish. We want to tell each and every musician in this country, be okay with your status being, I'm a worker. You're a worker. Jy's 'n werker, jy's 'n arbeider. You're a laborer, you're a worker. Don't be too smarty pants to be called a worker. It's fine, you can wear your bling, whatever, but you're still a worker. Because you work like everybody else. So having said that, now that we say, okay, our members all understand, they join. It's simple, you can join online. It's just a form that you fill in. But on the basis that music is your primary income. So from what you take home, money that you earn wherever. We don't regard your selling car parts or we don't regard that as your music income. If 75% of your monthly income comes from either being a full-time musician or a rapper or a singer or anything to do with music, even if you're a manager, Praji, even if you're a music manager and you manage some artists, that's your income. But you join the union as an individual. You can't come with G's Artist Management Services CC 47YYY. You don't join the union as a company. You join as an individual. Trade unions are not for companies. Trade unions are for individuals. If you have people working for you, then they must join the union so that you can't exploit them. Yeah? And that happens. Musicians will exploit other musicians. Because not all of us are little angels. There's greed hanging about, sitting on your shoulder the whole time. You know? The things we spoke about earlier that we must be careful of. We must watch out. We are human beings. The two babies with the dummies, remember? So, that's what we stand for. Firstly, our activism. The first thing we did is we went to COSATU. Now, I can tell you freely, most of us then who founded the union, all of us are committed ANC members. I can just tell you that. And we're not suggesting that the TUMSA and the trade union is only for ANC members. We don't. You can belong to Boeramag if you want. As long as you don't come and with your racist stuff there, then you must put you can't be a member. If you stand for non-racism, non-sexism, equality, those things, that's when we are for you. But because we were all comrades, we went politically, and we went to COSATU and said, look, we come as members of ANC, and we in solidarity with the Tripartite Alliance. At that stage, the relationship between COSATU, ANC, and Communist Party was still much tighter as what it is now. And we are asking COSATU to just take us under their wing whilst we work to lobby that the Labor Relations Act is amended. So then they said, no problem. We support you. We are in solidarity. And I'm happy to say that COSATU still today is fully supportive of TUMSA. They help us in many ways. They facilitated for us to meet the new minister. We knew the old minister, Natim Tetwa. We're still in court, actually, with the old minister. And we're still in court with the DG, the national DG, who's no longer with the department. He's now the head of the Human Rights Commission of South Africa. But that's another long story. I'm just saying to you that we are under the wing of COSATU. We then tried to register this union. And the registrar said, okay, let's see if you qualify. So we said, fine. He said, first thing, you must have a constitution. So we went, we drew up a constitution. What we think is a constitution. Of course, we looked at other constitutions, and we sent it to them. They sent it back to us. Failed. I can show you the document. It actually looks very funny. It looks like a little baby was like scribbling on something, you know. But it wasn't a constitution that suited a trade union. So then they gave us, we sat with them, they gave us guidance. It's still our constitution now. And from that moment on, we've been chasing them. They've got no more reason for us to not be registered, except the definition of a worker. in the Labor Relations Act. It says you must work, there must be an employment agreement between an employer and a worker. What's different with us? Only one thing. With us, we don't only have one employer. You have multiple employers. If you're a composer, where do you get money from? From SAMRO. Because SAMRO collects your composition royalties. So SAMRO, in a sense, is your one employer in such a way. Your relationship with SAMRO is, in a way, although, remember, we are actually owners, the members of SAMRO, we are actually shareholders of SAMRO. We own SAMRO. That's why you go to an AGM every year and you decide and you give instructions to the board, whatever. And you also vote for people like me. I sit on the SAMRO board. So the composers voted for me, 89%, and I'm on the SAMRO board. And I stand and shout there. Every board meeting, you must know, I'm not the most popular board member, but I don't care. I get on with them because they know me, and also I must say they respect me because of my age and my experience. But I'm able to make inputs on behalf of musicians, which is a good thing for us. So here's the problem. We've still got this Labor Relations Act that don't recognize any so-called informal workers or private contractors. Why? Because we've got multiple employers. Here's what we suggest. We suggest that, because remember, when a teacher joins the SADTU, the South African Democratic Teachers Union, they don't even see their membership fee. When the department pays them, the membership fee is already deducted and has gone to the union. Their UIF is deducted, it's gone to the department. It's all taken. What they get is the take-home pay. Tax is deducted, all of that's deducted. Yeah? For us, we are saying, but hang on. It's not like the old days. We've now got the technology. It's simple. We already have a database of members. We've got their ID numbers. We've got everything. You put them in a system, and each one of those have got a PIN or a code or a username, whatever. And when you go and do a gig, that system must also be on the system of that gig, the place. So you come here, let's say, you walk in here, you've got a gig here on Friday night, you come in here, you go to the manager, says, okay, what's your deal? Here's my card, punches you in, oh, there you are, cool, you're playing here tonight, cool, bum, 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 tish, enter. By the end of the night, of course, you must have a bank account. Don't expect that to get there. Give me the cash, now I'm going to go home. Before my family even sees the cash, gone. Gone. Gambling, gone. Now the kids can't go to school. Now that's also the bad things about being an informal worker and getting paid cash here, cash there, cash everywhere. 10 years later, you're not even registered by tax. Just because you must register by tax doesn't mean you must pay tax, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, even if you earn 10 rand a month, the law says if you're earning money in any way, you have to register for tax. You have to. But you don't pay tax just because you are a registered taxpayer. They don't charge tax if your profit is below 80,000 rand a year. You only start paying tax for the money that you earn in excess profit of 80,000 rand per year. Right? There's not many musicians that earn a lot more than that. The average musician. Of course, the more prominent musician, they earn maybe, 150K a year, 120 a year, 200 a year, maybe. Then why shouldn't you pay tax? Why must other people pay tax? You're earning money and you're not paying tax. What kind of a thief are you? Other people must pay for your roads and your infrastructure. What kind are you? What makes you different that you're earning the money, but you don't want to pay tax? But then you complain when there's potholes in the road. And you complain when the electricity is not happening, what? Of course you must pay tax if you earn above the tax paying. So that's why you must register as a taxpayer. Chances are, it's only when you become successful and famous that you will even start paying tax. Okay. The other thing is, So then when this guy, we types it in there, okay, so there, it's all there. Your tax number, your UIF, everything, it's all there. So at the end of the performance, all they do is, tip, tip, tip. You look in your account, and there's your money from the gig. Already the taxes, but they won't take tax off because, you'll be a provisional taxpayer. So you'll know, but your tax number will be there, so that there's a record of that income. And it's easy then for the person who does your tax to see where your income was. They can add it up. And if you have to pay tax, you have to pay tax, ladies and gentlemen. You can't say, I want my rights, but I don't want to pay tax. What kind of a person does that? Everybody else must carry you. Then don't ask for rights if you want to also be a passenger. If you want to be a participant in the economy, then stand up and be real and be fair. Fight for the right things. So we're not fighting that we can get an easy ride. We're just fighting for recognition, to be contributing citizens to the economy, right? And in the process, we don't want Johnny, now we finished the night, he says, hey guys, sorry man, I didn't make money tonight, sorry, can't pay you. Sorry, nah, good luck, bye. Huh? You've already played now. You can't unplay. Not like a tape, you can rewind. Then you can hold them accountable. We go to COSATU, we can go to the CCMA, they come there, they will close Johnny down. We declare a dispute, done, we'll shut you down, bro. So, here's the thing. Of course, now there's many Johnnies in that month. Maybe you're playing for Johnny, you're playing for Temba over there, Lindyware's got a tavern there, you're playing there for 2 nights. So, in the month, maybe you've got 5 employers. No problem. There's the system. So instead of getting 1 payslip or 1 employer, you've got 5. Each of them are doing the same thing. They're just taking that little bit off that what they pay you for that night. It's all going to the same place. It's going to your account by the UIF. It's going to your account by what. And your union fee, the portion that is according to the percentage of your pay, is taken. So at the end of the month, your union, your TUMSA membership fee is paid. Klaar. You are covered by the Labor Relations Act, and you can declare a dispute. So, for every 10 musicians that play there, you can have a union. For these venues and that, because if there's live music performed there, then it mustn't be the whole 10 members, because it depends. Maybe they only have live music on a Saturday night. So there's 3 guys tonight, 4 guys next week, 5 guys there. But if you add it up, it will be 10. So TUMSA's got a right to declare, then they must sign a recognition agreement with TUMSA. So you guys see, it's not, again, like the other 5, it's not an impossible thing to do. There's no reason why we can't get protection from the Labor Relations Act. They just have to change the definition of worker. We've got the technology, we've got for all the deductions, and it will make us the same as any other worker. And that is what TUMSA is fighting for. Now, more specifically, we are fighting to protect workers against exploitation, collective bargaining. So what we want also is, we want a class system, if I say class A, class B, class C, class E, not like a class as in who's more important or whatever. But if you've got a 5-star hotel, yeah, you are, Sheraton or, Hilton or whatever hotel, you've got a big restaurant, a big stage, when you're doing a full live 4-piece band, 3 nights a week, whatever, then you are grade A. Then as musicians, and then if you've got a smaller place, like a bar, whatever, you're a grade B. If you're just a tavern, you're a grade C. If you're just a this, that, you're a grade D. You know what I mean? So there's grades of venues. And studios, the same. If you've got a big studio, you can get the whole philharmonic orchestra in there, you're a grade A studio. And you operate at a certain level. So you get graded in terms of how you operate. And when you are a musician, you yourself are also graded. You are graded. Every year you can apply for a new grading. And you got to work your ass off to become a grade A musician. You got to be able to prove. Where's middle C? We'll start there. Middle C? Bang! Ah, good. Now you're a grade F. What is a major chord? What does it consist of? 1, 3, and 5. Ah, now you grade, was it F? E. Now you're grade E. I'm just explaining to you. So your understanding and your knowledge, and then you'll also have to make a demonstration of how you perform. So for those, if you don't know the theory, but you can really play and you can demonstrate there in front of professionals that can say, ha, this guy can go and play at the he doesn't know much about, but then you will give the guy the opportunity to also go and learn that theory side. But he can be he or she can be graded to go and perform at that grade A place. So that's the grading. It's a matching of the labor force. It's the same as you can't get a certain job if you don't have a T4. Now what happens is Johnny with FL Studio and his mother's laptop, and he's got chains and rings. Hey, he's cleaning up. He's getting all the gigs. He doesn't know where's middle. Can't sing, can't do nothing. He's just... But he gets booked everywhere. She gets booked everywhere. And they pay him nothing. He doesn't want to join the union. No, he's fine because he's getting all the gigs. He's sorted. But real musicians can't go anywhere. We can't make a career. So we're trying to organize an environment. Now, you guys saw what we spoke about earlier with the 5-year plan and the yada yada, and all the stuff that I spoke about yesterday. We can't operate that stuff from an informal sector. We can't. In America, they've got very strong musicians' unions, very strong actors. They all got unions. And if you don't belong to the union, and if they get exploited, they declare a dispute, and they will shut your venue down, finish. If you don't use unionized staff, then you won't book anybody. It's like that. So here, we are getting exploited left, right, and center because we're informal. We've got nobody. We've got nothing to fight for to make us there. So that's why we want to make it formal. So we're doing the matching of venues, studios, to make it matching. And if you are a grade A, then you can play at any venue in the country. If you've got the grading of a grade A. If you've got a grade B, you can play in grade B and any other venue. If you've got a grade C, you can play grade C and any other venue. If you get a grade D, you can play grade D, any other. Like that. Like the same as if you are a tradesman that do carpentry or whatever, or bricklayer. If you've got T4, you can work on this. If you've got only T2A, you must just mix daga all day. Same. Why should we be different? We need to be the same. Then we can claim. Then we can claim to be professionals. We can claim to have an environment, to have a real business, to have a real trade, to have a real industry that contributes 74 billion to the South African economy the way it is now. That's how much we contribute. More than agriculture. We contribute to the South African economy. But we can't unionize. We informal. Sack! Done. We're done with that. You guys looking at me like I'm an alien. I know it's late, but I tried to keep a little bit of inspiration for this afternoon. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Yeah. Huh? Can you see the logic? If we want to be participants, proper participants in the economy and have a proper sector, then we must go the whole way. We can't go there, but today we want to be informal because we can hide. Tomorrow we want to be formal because we want to die. Proper. Proper. Yeah? So that's what Tumsa is about. We fight. So we are meeting currently. The latest is that our new minister, Comrade Minister Zizi Kodwa, is setting up meetings with Comrade Minister Ngese to discuss how this can happen. And we've given them exactly what I'm telling you now. We've told them that, and they see it. Is there anything I said now that can't be done? Please put up your hand. So I think we've got a plan then, don't we? Good. Then why don't you all, who's not a musician or involved with music full time? Well, cool. But there's your media, and don't worry, there is a media. You guys actually got a union. Are you aware of that? The South African Communication Workers Union. In fact, their members are working for SAMRO. The people working at SAMRO, who are not musicians, the staff at SAMRO, belong to the Communication Workers Union. So the people working for us in our collection society are unionized, but we're not allowed to unionize. How crazy is that, guys?
The difference between TUMSA and KUSA.
So, here's what happened with, now you're asking me KUSA, ne? Now I don't know if you know what happened with KUSA, Creative Workers Union of South Africa. They did exactly, they set out to do what TUMSA is doing now. And you know what? They messed it up. They messed it up for us. They got funding, they got this, that. And how did they get past the Labor Relations Act? Here's what they did. They found 2-3 guys who've got full-time jobs in the creative sector. And then I think there was 10 of them. And then they signed as the union. They signed. And they took that to the registrar. So the registrar couldn't refuse them. They couldn't, because there were 10 people, they were fully employed with one employer, so they were covered. So they then started KUSA. Then in the Labor Relations Act, they said a trade union is allowed to associate with any individuals or associations of their choice. So then they associated with the Music Association and the Actors Association and the this association. And they brought them all on board under the banner of KUSA. But then what happened, unfortunately, go and read, it's there on Google. The leaders, and I'm not going to mention their names, they started fighting and amongst each other for money and power, etc., etc. And what happened? They even had COSATU even gave them an office in the COSATU head office. They got kicked out. COSATU abandoned them because they made our name. You see, we told you, you guys can't. No, we gave you an opportunity. Now look what you did. So KUSA was disbanded. There were court cases. There were this, that, and the other. Does that answer your question, my brother? So now what says that TUMSA is not going to go the same route? You have to take your chances on me, Bravik, and the other members of TUMSA, who's been working for 8 years from our own pockets as volunteers. For 8 years. We've been in Parliament fighting the Copyright Amendment Bill. I explained all of that to you guys yesterday about hybrid fair use, all of that stuff I explained yesterday. We're still fighting. We don't get 1 single cent of funding from anybody. Not a single cent, except from Gabi's pocket. And Vic's pocket. And whoever's got money at the time's pocket. We have financed TUMSA. So if you want to join TUMSA, we would love to have you. Go to our website. It's a little bit outdated, but go check what we're about. TUMSA, TUMSA .org, O-R-G. That's it, not C-A, not Z, nothing, just TUMSA.org. TUMSA, TUMSA.org. It's there. We have a Facebook page, also a little bit outdated, but hey, we're not getting funding. We can't employ people full-time, so don't expect us to work full-time for you. Yet. We have now applied to the department. We had a meeting with them last week, and we asked them to give us for every province 10,000 rand per month for every province, so that we can have our provincial secretary to be there part-time every day and be there at an office with a computer, and that musicians can go there, register, they go there with their problems, and to put up a dispute if there's a venue that is exploiting them, whatever. We will go there. I've resolved many such issues. Do I look scared? Do I look scared of anybody? I don't care to die tomorrow, that's fine. I've lived here 60, I still want to become 97, yes, of course. But if the angel wants to take me before the time, it's fine. As long as I don't die a coward. Because I will die for this South African people, for you, you, and you, and you. If I have to show my blood, if there's the only option, you've got it. You've got it. You've got it. You've got it. You've got it, my brother. Even for you guys in Lesotho, you can take a few drops. It's fine. So that's it. We look after your royalty distributions. If you've got problems with SAMRO, if you've got a situation for your performance, for your needle time at SAMPRA, which there were the people here on Monday, Tuesday, I think, to talk to you guys about. And I've just explained also yesterday exactly what those societies do. And there. You know, we can also take on the radio stations, what. Remember earlier the 5-year plan? If they don't, we take on ICASA. We go to the structure that's supposed to do that. We will shut their doors if they don't work for us. You think I'm joking? Go and look on our website when we march. You'll see. TUMSA marched in 2018, 2019. We marched in the center of Joburg. We shut down Joburg. There was not many of us, maybe 100. We shut Joburg down for about an hour. The buses, they couldn't go. We were there. Because we had a permit, we did everything, exact proper. We handed over a memorandum to the MEC. All of that stuff we did. Parliament, we've been in Parliament, we've made presentations to the Portfolio Committee. We have direct contact to the Minister. We've got direct contact to the President's office even. Remember the first Copyright Amendment Bill, the President sent it back. Remember? Thank you, TUMSA. Say thanks. Thank you, TUMSA. Not us alone, but we the ones who were out on the street toying and we were directly to the President's office sending him things from all over the world. Why fair use can't work. Definitely some of the reasons why the President sent it was what we told him, because we handed over a memorandum to Comrade Minister mere names. Gungubele. He was Deputy Minister of Finance then. Minister Gungubele, who's still now in the ministry. He's got actually a portfolio now in the President's office. Minister Gungubele, what a nice man. If anybody could listen, I wish he was our minister, but let's see what Comrade Zizi is going to do. Let's give him a chance. We work with him. If he listens to us, if they listen to us, then we must support them. If they listen to our plans, if they listen to our expertise and experience, then we must support them. We'll make them work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, that's TUMSA in a nutshell. We invite every one of you, if you do music, 75% of your income is in music, come and join us. From here, our aim is to start a bigger union that will be more like KUSA for actors, dancers, craftspeople, everybody in the cultural and creative industries. We may then expand TUMSA to not only be for musicians, but for now, we look after the musicians and people involved full-time in the music industry as individuals. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon, and thank you for having me in Bloemfontein for these 2 days. I'm still here till Sunday. I will be attending tomorrow's jazz concert. So for those guys who are there, if you want to come chat to me, please, I'd love to talk to you. But I'll tell you also, not now. You know, sometimes if it gets too deep, because there's when I'm at functions, then I'll just say, here's my number, and feel free to contact me, WhatsApp me. If I say to you, listen, I can't talk to you now, but I will get back to you, then just, no, I will do that. I will do that. Just be patient. I'm there for you. Try me. Dankie. Baie dankie. Goeiemiddag almal. Tara. Sien julle.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Leroux. Ke kopa le mo pele matsoho hape se. Ke tseo he ditaba Tsa hore re ikwetse ka noto e hodimo. Yeah, we have gathered enough to build a mountain. So, ke a kopa jwalo ka facilitator le nna. Please, guys, let us go through our notes. I know other people have already started doing dintho tse ntse re di rutwa monana. You know, open your YouTube channel, go to the TikTok things, register with Sampra, contact Imexa, you know, register with Tumsa. Please. Yes, Samro, Sampra, Tumsa, Imexa, and Ladybird, register with me also. I will connect you with a lot of people, you know. So thank you very much for your dedication and your patience and making yourselves available for this initiative. We are truly, truly grateful. I would also like to thank Good Fingers Records. I'd like to thank the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'd like to thank the management of Enkandla. We need to buy this place. And Ntatele Roux, you said you are here for us. Please, let's donate so that we buy this place and we make it. Yeah. Yeah, true. Thank you so much to everyone who came. We still have a long way to go. We still have like 48 hours of continuing with this work. So if you are available, $200, come tomorrow. Let's have some fun, you know. Okay. I'm gonna thank you. Yeah, if you do have time, please come through tomorrow. Ticket is only 200 rands. Let's come and enjoy our very own talent in the Free State and Lesotho. Okay, let me say in Lesotho, the talent in Lesotho. A lot of people won't understand what I'm saying, but yes. I'd also like to thank all the media houses, Free State Online. Thank you for covering us. I hope that this is not the last time and this is not the last event that you will cover, as you have been covering all the places. I'd also like to thank One Free State in absentia that will be with us tomorrow and Sunday, because they have a lot, so they said they're just going to put in an appointment to come and cover tomorrow and on Sunday. So thank you very much to Ladybird. Thank you, Ladybird. Thank you so much. Bomeka Gishining, thank you so much for the very, very delicious food. Thank you to the crew, Uncle Suisse and your team. Thank you so much for the brilliant work that you have done. Natees has been with us from the beginning. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Sis Kutala. We are very grateful for people who actually understand and would want to be part of your vision. This is how we get to the future. For those that did not come, they were not supposed to come, because I believe as a writer, nothing is a coincidence. It was written. This was not for them. It was for us who are here. It is up to us also to go and try and lure them into this greatness that we have. Thank you so much. Let us meet tomorrow at 12 o'clock and we party. Thank you.